since 2022, but we are here for a fresh one.
And I'm so excited to be able to start off and kick off the year. It is going to be a banger.
Oh, I am absolutely excited. I guarantee we're going to see some crazy matches today.
So we beat Mindfreak 2-0 on the weekend.
He's just let it happen. Sicko spotted. Big clutch.
And it was a result that we expected moving into the game.
And hoping for anything but CD and tearing him apart.
Don't underestimate anyone, and definitely don't underestimate clarity.
They've been doing a pretty good job finding these man advantages. Rez comes out. He's red Texas positioning.
We're here to prove ourselves, so make sure you look at the top.
Sober on sober action. And the jump just evading his crosshair. Head drop down regardless. Feeling sharp here with the Marshall, another. And this is going so damn well.
Payne picks up 1, 2, 3. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Payne.
They'll know exactly that there's a player here potentially trying to come up with a second play.
No, oh my God.
The Viper's pit does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the whole. Another picked up by Myth. A third. He's shooting. Oh my word.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Valorant Oceania Tour for 2022. Of course, I'm your boy Mac, and I'm joined by the big man, the man that's here, and he's big, and he's red, and he's big, and he's pretty knowledgeable. Pilski, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. I'm actually having my breakout appearance, like some of the players in this tournament. You know, you can see it all over my face. It's really fun, great, enjoyable experience. I'm keen for some more Valorant action, obviously, today. Getting towards the end of the group stage, so keen to see how the seeding goes in towards the playoffs and get to see some more great games.
Man is very excited, as you can tell. But of course, we're here for stage 1. It's day 6, which is the last day of the group stage. And if you haven't already caught what's going on, have a look at this video and you can catch up to speed.
Welcome to the 2022 Valorant Oceania Tour, a year-long tournament circuit where the best players from Oceania battle it out for cash prizes, a place at the APAC playoffs with a chance to qualify for Valorant Masters, and a shot at the global title. Teams can compete in up to 2 stages, consisting of open qualifiers, a regional group stage, and playoffs, each with their own AUD $25,000 prize pool. By placing high enough, they'll accumulate championship points to be one of the top teams fighting for a shot at the OCE Championship and a $30,000 prize pool. Those top teams go on to the APAC Last Chance qualifier, with the winning team invited to the Valorant Champions, where the world's greatest compete to be named 2022's Global Champions, winning an as-yet undisclosed prize pool and true gaming glory. For more information, head to LetsPlay.Live /2022 VOT.
So hopefully you have an idea of what's actually going on now, because I definitely don't. I've been paying heaps of attention. Now, I love Valorant, and we're here to cast up a storm, and we're also here to see who takes home the bacon. There's a lot of bacon on offer this time around. $9,000 for the winner. Second place gets 5K. Third and fourth get 3.5 and 2.5 as well. Fifth to sixth, 1,500 apiece, and seventh and eighth. You're going out last, but look, you're taking something with you, Pilski. And look, I feel like you'd probably be going out fourth there. So would you be happy? Would you be happy with that? No medal, but like you're taking home some cash.
I mean, I think you'd be happy just to participate. You get a little bit of cash for participating, even if you just make it through that open qualifier. Gives you a bit of an incentive to come back yet again. And obviously, there's more money on offer as we head deeper into the year as well. We've got multiple stages. We've got playoffs. We've got multiple chances at international opportunities for these teams. So a lot to play for on Valorant this year. And I'm sure a lot of the players are looking forward to that.
Much more than just the glory of last year. Now, let's have a look at the leaderboards. Let's have a look at the groups and where all the teams are currently sitting going into the final day of games. So here in Group A, we have Order at the top, plus 27. Bonkers also undefeated at the moment, 2-0 with a plus 12 on the round differential. Anything here that strikes your fancy, Mitch?
I mean, we've seen two of these teams already get through their games in terms of Clarity and Fun Crew, 0-3 and 1-2. You played 3 games in your group. Now we're going to see Order and Bonkers go head-to-head, who have both had some good success in their group. But I think the seeding, it's really just a battle for first place seeding between these two teams as we head through that group. But it should be a good game nonetheless. Good to get a good idea of how Bonkers is progressing, and they get to test their mettle against Order.
Yeah, see what they are capable of. Now let's jump into Group B and see what's going on over here. Crimis Disciples, we saw them last week popping the hell off, and look, they are still here undefeated at the top of the leaderboard. Plus 19 as well, so no one's going to be able to catch them. Mind Freak, I believe they're playing today. So there's a chance that they can go 2-1, but at the moment they are just 1-1, with still a positive round differential, but we'll see what they're capable of. Last week, we didn't really like what we saw from them, right? We thought that there was definitely some more potential in the Mind Freak roster.
Yeah, look, I'll give every team an opportunity to have a off day, and I have to say that there is a lot more potential in that roster. It's still early days for them, and look, it is still just a group stage. So if you're going to have an opportunity to make a couple of mistakes, get your feet wet, really the group stage is where it's at to get some games under your belt and sort of adjust some of those mistakes heading through in towards the playoffs. So keen to see some more from Mind Freak, get a bit more of a feel of what their team is all about, and hopefully we get to see them on that upward trajectory, upward trend. Obviously very impressed with Crimis. Even last night, not last night, it was Friday night, I was casting with Dion. We got to see another game from them, and they looked pretty nice. I have to think all things considered, even against Iconic, who pushed them a little bit, they were able to win that game, even with that third map having a sub coming in. So looking forward to seeing more of them heading in towards the playoffs.
Yeah, we'll see if they can maintain this win streak, but we do have the schedule to have a look at as well. So first game of the afternoon, of the evening here, we do have Bonkers and Order looking to go head-to-head, and that one's coming up very shortly. And then the second game of the night, of course, is going to be Meow Meow up against Mind Freak. So a chance for Mind Freak to show what they're capable of. What's so funny, Mitch? What's so funny?
The team names are just absurd, aren't they?
They're all over the place.
It's honestly classic Oceania, though. Like, you get some stupid team names, and then you get, like, the orgs. Like, who's got an org, who hasn't got an org. It's always the way it is.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well. I think there's only 2 orgs at the moment, or 3 orgs coming through. No, still just 2 at the moment, right?
No, Clarity picked up Honey Badger, so there's another org giving some of the boys a little bit of support. Shout out to them. Hope to see a couple more of these orgs picking up some teams. There's plenty of talent going around right now.
Yeah, a couple of teams that definitely could use an org, especially, looking at Crimis Disciples there. Now, let's jump on into the match discussion for match number 1 of the evening. Let's talk Bonkers first. So it's Minimize, Scroll, Tix, Nice Hacks, and RDW. You know them, you love them, and you know what they're capable of, but can they take down Order, Mitch?
I'm not so sure. I'm not sold just yet, but this is definitely a promising team. They put a lot of practice in. These guys grind very, very hard. They've been playing a lot of games. They've got a solid core of up-and-coming talent as well as established players. You've got, obviously Minimize coming from Nebula last year. Scroll was on the Mind Freak roster. Tix is someone who's a little bit newer to VOT, but he's really, really solid player. I really enjoy watching him play, and I'm hoping to see him continue in the competitive scene and see this team get some success. Then you obviously got Nice Hacks coming off of Legacy, and RDW, you had that wildcard team kind of explode after they didn't make it through the open qualifiers. And I'd say a lot of teams benefiting from picking up those players. You've seen Swell playing well on Iconic. You've seen Norson going over to Meow Meow, I believe it was. And then RDW's over here in towards Bonkers. And pretty much every player who came from that wildcard roster has been usually at the top of the scoreboard or playing very, very well for each individual team. So you could just see how much talent there is going around, even from the teams that don't necessarily succeed, like a team that didn't make it through the open qualifier. And the core of that team performed very, very well last year. They go their separate ways, and they're all very, very good players. So plenty of talent on offer.
Yeah, we'll see where they end up landing and if any of them make it too far. But for the moment, we've got to talk Order. We've got to talk about the team that obviously came first last year towards the end, and they're essentially the defending champions coming into this matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, pretty much everyone expects these guys to win. Pretty much everybody has these guys' number in terms of them being the one to go through and take a lot of these international slots, international opportunities. They've got great org backing. They've got a solid roster of players, good mix of experience, as well as some of the newer players are even gathering a lot of experience. They've already got a lot of VOT under their belts, maybe just less so when it comes to the LAN experience and the international experience for the couple of them. But at least in this playing environment, these guys are well within their comfort zone, and they're expected to beat every team in this competition.
Yeah, and they're just so damn sharp as well. You try to write them off, but then when they're man down, two men down, all of a sudden they're just pulling the unthinkable, getting back into the round and putting rounds on the board. That's what we saw a lot from them last week. But let's talk vetoes. Let's talk maps. Let's see where we're going to be heading for this matchup. So jumping on into it, order with that fracture ban, no Ascent for Bonkers. Looks like we're going to Haven, we're going to Bind, we're going to Icebox. So the trifecta, it's looking pretty good. I feel like from what I've seen from Bonkers so far, they've definitely got a chance on these maps. But look, Order, they've played these maps for bloody years. So let's see what happens. Of course, the game's only been out for 2 years. So
yeah, I mean, look, it's hard
there.
to sort of go super deep into the vetoes at the moment because we're still early on in the year. Like, if I'm going to talk about Order and their form on some of these maps, a lot of the time I'm having to go, like, I look at Haven, for example, and I've filtered for like 5 months or something. They played like one official, and that was like the grand final against Peace last year. So it's like, you can't really talk much about their Haven form. They might play a completely different comp than they were playing last year, but obviously they're picking it. It's a map that they played all the year long last year, but at least it's somewhat familiar for Bonkers. They played it 2 times. It was more sort of in those open qualifiers, definitely not against some of the top couple of teams, but they've got 2 wins under their belt at least, so they should be reasonably comfortable on that. As for Bind, I think that's going to be a bit more of a comfort map for the boys over there on Bonkers. And I have to say, if you cast your mind back to last year, Bind was actually the map where I felt like Order got upset a couple of times. They lost to Peace. They were losing to a couple of teams. And, I think, I don't know if you could really read into that trend too much now that we're, here in 2022, but it's something you can just kind of keep in the back of your mind that maybe that's the angle that they're going for on Bonkers. More so, I probably expect it's a case of like they're playing in towards their comfort zone. They're playing in towards what they think is going to give them a better chance of taking a map at the series. And then Icebox, it feels like the comfort pick for most of these teams in Oceania. It feels like one of the maps we see the most often, and I think it's going to be a good middle ground for both of these teams. Bonkers doesn't mind it too much. They've been playing it for quite a while, and all the different players on the roster all do reasonably well on that map. And then Order were obviously early adopters of Icebox, and it's been good to watch them. Although I will say they made some small changes. Like we saw Disco before he was playing Killjoy, and now he's been on the Reyna on Icebox. So small, tiny agent comp changes, which is what you see on Icebox, right? You get the core 4 always the same in that team, and then that 5th flex is like Chamber, Reyna, Killjoy, whatever you're feeling on the day,
Yeah. Now, what I need to know with those maps, is there any higher chance that we see Neon pulled out by either of these teams, or do you think it's going to be stock standard, what we were sort of seeing the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking, me and you were like memeing around in custom game earlier, running around on Neon. I think there's a chance Bonkers is going to pull it out, or Meow Meow, if we talk about our second series, but it probably won't be on this map. I'd expect it to probably be on like Bind or something later on. This is already an interesting one. So let's talk about, I was talking about Order, their Haven composition from last year. It was a while ago. Order's one of these teams that's been together for ages. We're seeing a little bit of a different comp right now. Before they were running Astra, Cypher, Jet, Phoenix, and Sky, and now you're seeing something very different. You've got the Chamber, you've got the the Breach in there, which is something that's a little bit different from last year. So this is what's great about these opening group stages. You get to see different comps and different looks out of a lot of these teams. As for Bonkers on Haven, I think they're running the same comp as before. No changes for them. Both of their 2 games, they were running that exact same comp, so that's their comfort zone. But from Order, at least in terms of officials here on Haven, this is their pick, and we get to see them run the Chamber. We get to see them run something a little bit different, and that's kind of exciting because I think Chamber, I don't know how much of the VCT and NA we've been watching, but yeah, you've been watching, Mac, but we've seen a fair bit of Chamber over there. And I think Order is a team where they've got a couple of players that can kind of play that op role. You've got Maple on the Chamber, and then you get Autumn on the Jet. You can run some of these double op setups when you're pulling out the Chamber role, or even give the Chamber the op and have your Jet play like an active rifling role. it's one of the teams that definitely has the skill to make something like that very scary.
Let's see if it works. Of course, we are going to see orders starting on that attacking side. Bonk have decided to start on the defense. Of course, it wasn't their map pick, it was orders. So they've got the choice of sides, and looking at this pistol, it might just be a bloodbath in mid.
Yeah, very really could be. Worth mentioning as well, hi to all the people joining us in from the main channel. Get to watch some Oceanic Valorant, get to watch the best that we have in terms of order, and early on, you're already going to get a duel out of Garage, and a follow-up as well. Nicely done from Tix. A 3K with the pistol there. That is gorgeous, Mac.
Beautiful. Hits him with that fadeaway for the third. Not going to be able to find anything there. Order just completely picked apart and unable to get anything going there on the pistol strat. But now, what are we going to see from them in round number 2?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we're going to see a force or anything like that, but that was huge from Tix. And this is a man where you've seen him clutching, you've seen him multi-fragging. He's someone that has a pretty good fragging output on that smokes roll, which is pretty similar to Texture almost. Obviously, Tix is not the man IGLing, so he doesn't have to juggle that around as well like Texture does. But in terms of players who are playing that smokes roll and have good fragging output, Tix is definitely one of them.
Well, keeping it fast, keeping it hard, and Nice Axe just going to be going in on Autumn, who was not expecting that one. Disco hoping to get some form of revenge. Not going to be able to find him at all. Nutty W, close range here. Let's see what work he can put in with the Spectre. Not going to be hard cleared, and it looks should have been easy pickings. Managed to find that second before getting traded out. Texter finds 2 with the Classic. But it is Bonk taking the round regardless. So, you know, Full Eco managed to get 2 weapons out of the hands of the defenders. Not too bad.
Yeah, definitely not. You always want to be trying to break the money up and disrupt the economy if you can when you're playing that Full Eco. So good to see them do that. You're going to get the classic juggle around, a couple of guns here and there, maybe a couple of pistol upgrades just to try to even out the money as much as possible on the defense. Whereas Order, they're straight into this rifling round, and you're seeing already they're setting up for some Controller C. Looks like more than just an orb farm, considering the fact that you're getting a couple of the boys heading over there. You're looking to take an early duel. Get the flash out of Garage. Some info gathering here for Bonkers as Order looking to group up towards C, but already a shift. 3 players here for Bonkers, Mac.
Just starting to go in with the drone. Nice Axe close range again. But now, of course, the sound cue's coming through. Flashes too, and it is going to be Order able to stop all these peaks coming through from Bonk, and it's Tux as well. Finding himself a triple. It's a beautiful take on sight, but the spike's been left behind. However, I don't know how much work RDW can do with this Sheriff.
Yeah, just playing for exits. I thought it was Maple on the chamber. I must have misread it. It's actually Tux on the chamber.
Yeah.
So obviously another player who's not too shabby on an operator or something like that. I think he's playing Jet for Order and Eon a go as well. And Maple's just going to stick on that Sober. And no exits there for RDW, so very clean round from Order. First gun round, they're going to be stabilizing their economy super nicely and continuing along quite easily. Nice hack straight onto the operator right into this round. So that's going to be a bit of a change-up. See if they can find some impact early on Bonkers.
I'm sure that they should be able to. It's funny you mention that because I do remember Tux using Jet years ago, like ages and ages ago. He's been on the Viper and smokes for bloody ages, right? Or...
Yeah, I mean, he's mostly playing that Sentinel role. Texter's more on the smokes role, but obviously a lot of teams, they have players who can flex when you're playing, you know, Astra Viper comps, as is the meta right now. Everyone, you know, spamming Resident Sleeper in chat because no one can really push anything and you're getting absolutely util spammed.
Yeah.
Order in the meanwhile, though, not having too many issues taking map control, not getting held up by the util. They grab Garage. In the meanwhile, they've lost B here. Oh, sorry, A lobby, rather. So we'll see how Order goes to go for that retake towards that side of the map. Needs some good movement on the shouldering.
Gets away to safety, though. So, tailwind in away. Always a solid strategy. Tux looking to take a point here with Chamber. Him and Autumn. They hear this wolf coming through. Spotted. Info gained from Bonk. And they are going to keep the stack over towards A. Nice and strong. Solid crossfire on the Suez push.
Yeah. You got Texter over there towards Gary as well. And the Spike's still over there. So really, this is just map control. This is just pushing and pulling rotations. Bonk are trying to stay one step ahead, though. You've got Niceax on the deep line. Scrawler's going to flash out long, doesn't scan anyone. So you get this rotation start to get kicked off. Niceax already on his horse, straight through defender's spawn, trying to get over towards C as soon as possible. So it's up to Tix and IDW to try to hold the line as this Gary split comes in.
Starting to make their way through. RDW, he's just going to tank that fault line. Waits for this stun to fall across him with 14 seconds. Order might have left this too late. Bonk across the top, and oh, it's getting dangerous. Minimize. It's only going to find one of them. Tick's actually finding the double, and it's big damage done. Tuck's a little bit too far away to have any impact this round, so it's a third secured for Bonk.
Yeah, running down the clock against this comp, definitely dangerous, especially you're running into that side of the map where the Killjoy setup is, but you know, it's hard to read that sometimes. RDW obviously going to be mixing up his positioning, probably changing up where he's setting everything up, but you combine that with the fact that you got the breach, you got the sky, the double flash potential of just being able to explode out onto the site and disrupt that spike going down. Really, really hard to be running it down to like that 10-second mark, even though, you know, this is the map where you want to see it. Haven, so many avenues, being able to lurk, being able to pick rotations if you're able to get into a good position. Flash goes onto the line. Niceax going to be given a lobby control in combination with the 2 stars burnt out there from Tix on the other side of the map. Cosmic's available now, so we'll see. It does seem like it's going to be a B play here from Order. Try to get that spike down. That will give Texter his Cosmic, and you could see a Cosmic retake to follow up after that. A lot of players very close to their ult as well.
We'll see if RDW is going to be able to set up with anything for this retake, but for the moment, it's just a slow approach. Bit of noise starting to be made now. Text up. Spike plant secured. And a flank already starting to come through. But again, that's going to be spotted by the chamber util. And it's all down to the info, all down to the timing. Order, though, they're just going to keep pushing forward, looking to control A-Link. And they'll get Autumn deep into enemy territory. But at the same time, look at this positioning. It's just a matter of when this go button's hit, and it looks like it could be now. Flank starting to come through. Niceax taking charge, not spotting Disco, who's whiffed a couple of shots. So that gets awkward. Niceax another. It's going to be 3 for him on the retake already. Disco, his position known, but the trade comes through, and Bonk do too. Look at that. 4 on the board. Perfectly executed retake. They waited just long enough and then had the coordination, had the map control just to make it happen.
Yeah, Bonkers, you got to respect, you know, the fact that they're playing so patient in a lot of these scenarios. The Order's playing this style where they're waiting for mistakes. They're trying to take this map control with the util, put the players in the correct positions to be able to punish some of the rotations, punish some of the players going a little bit more aggressive. And a lot of the time, Mac, they're just not being given those opportunities. Bonkers are doing a good job of utilizing these flash agents just to be able to retake map control, to be able to get info. Niceax is getting on these deep lines. We'll hold that thought for the moment. It does seem like a contest in towards A lobby. Quick dash in towards sewers puts pressure on Minimize. In combination with the dart over the top, seen that dart and dash play many a time. But Niceax's going to kick things off already.
Again, he's been getting a couple of first bloods, even if it's after the spike's planted. He's just loving this aggressive play style. And already Bonkers, they had 4 players stacked that early towards A, really reading what Order were trying to do. Now with the man down, let's see what Order do to get back in.
Yeah, I don't think they're too concerned right now about trying to win the round or anything. They want to go for the economic damage. Bonkers' economy has not had a chance to build up, and that's a beautiful shot from Texter. Able to rip the head off of Minimize, trying to keep himself alive at the top of B, keep the pressure on, and he knows on a round like this, he's happy to cut a few corners and try to sneak through and find another kill on the rotation. It's beautiful crosshair placement. He's going to pop the Cosmic to help create more space coming into B here, and Skrull, though, might have something to say about this, Mac.
Oh, look at the bait. Just so much noise going to be made on the right side of sight. Allows Disco to find another. And the Sheriffs may just cause the upset. Vandal utilized as well in the hands of Autumn. And Niceax, he's deciding just to fall away. Keep the operator alive into the next. They're happy with 4 rounds. But Order, I asked what would they do to get back in. And it was all down to a timing, all down to a sneaky Texter pushing his way through B-side.
Yeah, well, that's classic Texter, isn't it? Just the ability to play from that smokes role, be doing most of the IGLing duties. Obviously, you know, Order is a team where it's fairly well-rounded. A lot of input can be given to the mid-round calling, but he's a player where he's able to find these gaps in the defense. He's able to make these mid-round pushes on defense himself as well and make the impact plays from that non-duelist role, and that's a perfect example of it. just takes matters into his own hands. He's able to utilize the Nebula as well to create those angles where he can slip through on the right timings.
Yeah.
And he's a player where, you know, he's got the mechanics to back it up as well. Crosshair placement on point. Easy little picks. And they're going to call a timeout on the back of that. Order in an excellent position right now. You can see their economy is built up quite substantially. Got a couple of ults in the back pocket as well to make the impact happen. So they're in really, really good position here to start taking control of this Haven half, because early on it's been mostly going the way of Bonkers, but early on, right, that half buy winning means that they have actually broken the money of Bonkers. Only that operator and a bunch of sheriffs and light armor available to the defending side right now. So here's a really good opportunity for Order to start to put some rounds in.
I just want to point out as well that Bonkers have, on paper, a very strong attacking side here on Haven, although they've only got the 2 reps on it. They've won 92% of their rounds on the attacking side.
The problem is that
bit skewed stats, right?
It's the teams that they're playing. When you're playing Honey Badgers and Kraken, we're talking about a different level of competition than what we're going to see in this game. So we'll see. I think as for Order, yeah, I mean, they're relying on the chamber rather than, you know, the more traditional Sentinels that people have been playing on this map to utilize retake setups. You're talking about things like the Cypher, playing retake on A, utilizing the tripwires, and obviously the Killjoy. The lockdown is absolutely huge. So not playing with those characters might make your defending side rely a little bit more on the fragging. Maybe the double operators coming in there. RDW actually the one with the operator thrown over by Nice Hacks because he has knives available. In the meanwhile, Order keeping this simple on the anti-half bite. Just going to be utilizing the utility to mitigate risk and get this plant down on 8. Retakes already on for Bonkers. They creep in on the flank here.
Oh, how's the timing? Looks okay, but Nice Axe can't land enough of those knives. He's going to be spammed down through the wall, and Ticks on the flank as well, just looking for exits, looking to get an upgrade going into the next round. Order, I don't think they have anything else to be worried about, but they're just going to play it slow, look to exit, look to stay alive.
Yeah, RDW saving that up. Like you said, looking for the exits. The rest of the boys on the other exit. So very good setup from Bonkers. Try to deal some damage there. See how many they're able to pull away, Mac.
Okay, Scroll letting loose the aviary out towards the back of main, and oh my lord, it's a bloodbath, but that is exactly what you want to see if you're a Bonkers fan. Big damage to the economy. Couple of rifles already taken out, and you have a look at Orders. Yes, they won a few in the row, so they're fine, but it's going to force them to buy up again, so it's every little bit, every little thing that matters. And if Bonkers want to pull this W today, they need everything they can get.
Yeah, you can't make too many mistakes against the Order side. You can't lose too many of those half-buy rounds, and Order is the kind of team that has the individual skill to pull them away pretty large amount of the time, so that's not going to do too much damage, but better than nothing. That half-buy really bankrolling Order right now. Early operator duel between Autumn and Nice Hacks. Could tell the tale of this round, and the shoulders spotted out. Tix is here to back up, although the trade comes in. Might not be expected in this angle, especially because exactly that. He's got the Nebula on his right. Tux picks up the op, and he's going to post up on the line.
I think he may have spotted the barrel coming around the corner there. Seems to be aware. Oh, I don't think I've seen that before. The scarf around Astra's waist did a jiggle peek.
Hold on. Look at this. You get the ults exchange between both of the breaches, but Minimize is still able to get one out of that. That's filthy. 3 different ults just for that one pick. Techs are very low as well. The Seekers come out from Scroll, trying to read the positioning of Order right now, who are literally still buying guns. Not really. I mean, they've obviously been over towards C long and bottom mid, but been really contested trying to take this map control. Now, kind of wondering where they're going to go. They go towards A. RDW's got a nice little setup towards sewers and sight. Going to be very hard to contest him as the clock runs down. Looks like pressure going to be put on towards this A side of the map, and Texter going to walk up C and try to get themselves that spike planted.
Oh, well, Tuck's not going to be able to make it too far. RDW utility for days here at A, forcing Order away. And we are going to see that spike make its way into C. It's just Ticks hit. A lot of pressure on his shoulders, but one bullet will do it. However, timing does not favor him. Oh, he is going to be kicking himself for that one. And now Order in with a shot in this round.
Still very winnable, though. RDW on the rotate around. The chamber's down, so those flanks not covered by the util anymore. Maple trying to keep things in check, trying to contest RDW before he can get closer towards the site. Both Texter and Maple crossfiring, trying to isolate the Killjoy before he can have any impact here as Skrull works his way through Gary, and they've just threaded the needle beautifully. Both starting to head over towards site, but they're not going to expect the double flank, I don't think, Mac.
Oh, well, they get that turret down, and one bullet from that could be enough to finish off Texter. They still have yet to see him, though, so Texter hiding beautifully, playing down the time, and now Skrull, he's going to tap it. He's done enough, but unfortunately, there's no time to win the round. Texter snags away a third. Yeah. He should not be allowed to survive in a round like that. 4 HP, picks up 2 kills, gets the spike planted with just enough time, making all the right moves. That is complete and utter ridiculousness.
This is class from Texter, man. He's had so many impact rounds already. We're only 8 rounds in. He's won 2 of them from order, no doubt about it. So, big plays out of the man. I feel like Tix, I want to give him brownie points, though. A lot of these more inexperienced teams would rotate off C there, but they're very much calling numbers and relying on the players that are on A. You know that you have your Sentinel posted up there. Not over-rotating. So in the pole position to win the round, but unfortunately a case of timing is the difference maker there. Autumn's holding down these sewers push, while the rest of Order starting to explore top middle. Hold off Gary. Nice opening pick for Autumn. Let's get his foot in the door here. Oh, that's cute. Destroy that turret and also clear out the top boxes.
Sneaky. You don't see those too often.
I mean, I feel like we haven't seen that much breach.
I guess so, yeah.
And Disco's definitely been the player on Auto who's had to expand his agent pool. I remember he had like 60 games of Raze and like 1 game on something else before, and recently we've seen him playing a bit of everything.
Now, RDW, not going to be tagged up with the spam through the box. He's got Tix here to help him, but they seem to be very, very concerned about that position. A lot of spam going in that direction. They hear the footsteps away, and Texter rather just holds strong. Fault line through, and minimize. My lord. Thought he was able to get 2 there. Unfortunately for him, there was a few more members close and ready to trade. Tix strikes back with the share of his own, wins that Astra head-to-head, gets the upgrade, but the B site is in the hands of Order. Sharp shot, Autumn somehow whiffing. And that's brought it back to a 2-on-2.
It looked like he updrafted or dashed or strafed when he shot. Skrull can't quite win that duel, so Tix must go on for the 4K, I believe, to pick this round up. Crosshair placement to check that right corner. That's not a position you're often expecting. You're expecting a lot of the time. Spike goes down on that B plant. Players are playing outside of the site. Unfortunately, doesn't quite check the corner, but it's another one of these rounds where Bonkers, they're looking for damage more so than trying to steal the round away too much. So they have been consistently chipping in there. It's not like Order's maxing out on economy anytime soon, but you still are required as Bonkers to win those 2 or 3 gun rounds back-to-back to actually break that economy and make that damage worth it.
What do we got here? Order looking for a bit of mid control. Extra util used as well from Tux just to stop any aggression from the A-site players from Bonkers. Order, they're just going to be edging over towards Garage, already breaking the doors. I'm going to get as much damage through as possible. Pings come through, and there's the spam.
Hang around a little bit too long for the spam straight through the door. Didn't really get too much for Nice Axe. Order has just been working this Garage control time and time again. Actually leaving Disco behind. Who is able to just punish, minimize, looking for a bit of information. Not enough info there for Bonkers. No idea what's going on. You got to be on top of the rotations on Haven, so these info plays are a must, and unfortunately sometimes you end up getting punished for them.
They're still trying to figure out whether that player is still lurking over towards Garage. Disco just being absolutely sneaky. Oh, good timing on the push from RDW to bring things back slightly towards Bonkers, but Order still, of course, have that man advantage. Texter threads the needle, but how's the timing? He has too many angles to clear. And there's one for Tix at least. Is it going to be enough? Because Scrawl's pushing through, trying to stop that spike from going down. And it's all up to RDW, who found a good timing before, but he's got to get past Autumn, who misses the flick. Okay, Molly goes down for the moment, just tries to buy some extra time, tries to isolate a couple of these fights coming through.
That's a dink.
Some damage for Disco. Look at that. The quad kill, man, is popping off this round.
Yeah, very, very nice as well. Seen him fragging up a Storm. Just shows you the ceiling that Order has at the moment. Honestly, feel like they haven't even been really relying on Autumn to pop off at all for the longest of times, if ever, to be honest. Very, very well-rounded team. Makes them incredibly tough to beat. Bonkers now starting to run out of steam a little bit. That's up to 6 and 5 in a row for Order after the initial 4-1, and their economy is doing very, very well. So Bonkers now back down onto another half fight. It looked promising the first couple of rounds, but now you're seeing Order just running away with the momentum, playing their game, not really being disrupted too much.
Making so much noise there at mid. It's drawn out rotations as well, and now it's going to be a weakened A site to hit for Order, droning across. And that Sky still not calling for any backup just yet. Scrawl has a big job to do, and he's only got 6 bullets to do it with. Maybe a couple of birds, 1 bird remaining.
Order just working this map control time and time again, leaving lurks in there, leaving players to just keep rotations honest, give them contingency plans as you head towards the mid to late round as well. Maple sticking around, clears out the dog, which is one of the only info gathering tools that Bonkers has available to their lineup outside of just making those mid-round pushes.
Oh. Tix gets away with murder, finds himself a nice line, nice angle, and in comes that guiding light, which may have been too high to give the info over. Either way, we are going to see the Rolling Thunder start to come through. Autumn still just waiting to make his way in. This Cloudburst in the way, and 2 players holding behind it. The hold from hell, it's looking pretty good. Sheriff's not going to be able to connect on the Disco, and the time is running down, but there's just enough to plant. And RDW, he's found himself a weapon, but unfortunately, he's also found himself a texter. Bullet straight to the head. And there it is, 7-4 now as we go into the final round of the half.
Usually you're pretty, happy to find a random texter, like might like draw on your mate's face if he's passed out or something, but
yes,
not in that case. Look at all these ults for Bonkers, mate. If this isn't around, I don't know what is. You want to snag away that 5th towards the tail end of this half. You don't want to be going 8-4 down against Order, and then you have the attack side that you have to lean back on. Just make it easier if possible, especially all of these ults, Just utilize them to try to pick yourself up around.
Tux has himself the old sniper, all sorted, ready to go. He's looking to try to lead the charge towards B, which has been the, weaker site for Bonk. They have been leaving it open from time to time, and this is one of those. Minimize on the offline. He's going to cop a spam, though. He's going to be able to drop that fault line through for the moment. Just trying to buy some extra time for these rotations to come through. We've also got Scrawl over in Akon, just waiting to make his move as well. There's just so many points in this round where things could change, but there it is. Tux holds the line down, connects, and Nice Hacks has the knives. He's only able to get 1, though. Disco spots him just around the corner. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade favor in Order.
Yeah, that's the fundamentals, just working in a pair. And this is exactly what Order's playstyle is designed to do. Just make the defense very uncomfortable, force out these mistakes, and when the rotations occur, you're able to pick those players, minimizing the perfect position to start to dismantle this round. He's got his ult available to him. RDW is going to pop the lockdown before the spike even goes down. You're going to start flushing those players out of the site, but Maple already ready with the double shock to deny the lockdown. There's the breach ult in through, and it's lurking perfectly for Bonkers right now.
And smashing in through the Cosmic Divide. RDW keeping him guessing, and Disco can't win the 1-on-3. Perfectly executed retake, and getting all those ults out just made it way too confusing. The Rolling Thunder just knocking everyone out of consciousness. And it was just a rough position to be in for Order. There was nowhere safe to stand. So 5-7 at the half. Is that going to be enough for Bonkers to bring this one back in the second half, Mitch?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, still could go either way. I'm a little worried that Bonkers started to run out of steam for quite a few rounds there when Order was starting to get into their comfort zone a bit, but they already showed us some promising stuff in the first couple of rounds. Look, you were looking at their attack stats, not looking too bad against a couple of lower level teams. So, given the benefit of the doubt, I want to see them continue to make this game competitive. And I enjoyed the fact that they're just ult dumped everywhere, all over that A site, just to be able to secure the round. That's exactly what we want to be seeing. Still here though. A lot of players towards Gary and see long for Bonkers. Tux, try and see if he can snag himself a cheeky headshot early on. There's the circle jump from RDW, spotting 2 players out.
I think he's got 4 bullets left in that gun as well. Swaps to the classics to try to break a bit of utility, but now it's just going to be the flood towards C. However, there's numbers here. Autumn stands in their way as well with the Sheriff. They need to connect these shots, and it's going to be Tix doing so. Ghost in hand, has that accuracy as well as the Killjoy util to force Autumn into the open. Now they're going to slow things down.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have territory on that C site necessarily. They'd be meeting the rotations at the exact same time. And with so many numbers right now, the sensible approach really is just to group and walk together as a pack. You've got RDW leading the charge. He's got that half HP. So really, really good fundamentals from Bonkers right now. Just working in a pack, working together to be able to secure that site. And really, unless you see something absolutely out of this world from one of the Order players, then should be a guaranteed pistol. Turret's ready up. Good for RDW. Flash into the site to clear out a lot of those angles. There's the Shockies, though. That's a lot of damage. That might even be an ice axe dead.
Oh, just barely misses that kill. He's looking for more. He's going to keep going solo into 3. And he'll at least find 1, but it makes things that much harder for Disco and a 1-on-3. Man's looking the wrong direction. Tix with the offline. Just shreds through everyone with that Ghost in hand. But he needs to bring that into some big gun rounds as well, I reckon.
Look, I'm just loving Tix, to be honest. I got to say, like, you know, what's the HLTV thing where it's like they highlight like younger up and coming players like that are going to do well, like one for the future or whatever. I reckon Tix is one for the future. Like, legit,
he ticks
good
all
attitude.
the boxes?
Good attitude. The way that he plays is like not gimmicky, aim heavy, playing that smokes role, clutches, multi-frags. This is a damn good player to keep your eye on, I reckon.
Let's see what they can do up against the anti-eco, or to have pulled a Thrifty this game. Maybe 2, if I remember. Nice hacks. Ooh, gets off the line for a moment. There's info, and Maple does not like his chances there, so we'll just fall away. Keep his eye on the pixel line. Play it safe.
You get that dog through towards long side. Clearing out a lot of the close angles. Dives into sewers as well. Nice axe. Spots out the Sova yet again. This is where Order, after seeing that lobby control, you can see the little bits of shifting coming out. Texter close towards Gary. Just responding to the info that they've seen. That turret going to stay up with the sewers positioning from RDW.
Okay. Here comes the XC. Couple of cloud bursts. Maple not spotting Nice Axe all the way onto the site, but he is aware. However, he's going to be pincered nicely. And things get pretty hard now for Order. Disco, he's going to be running in solo with no flashes, nothing. Just looking to maybe catch a timing, but Nice Hacks through the smokes. He's going to be able to find himself a triple already. Texter probably just wants some damage with the shorty coming through from the flank, but he's been spotted. Do they know he's got a shorty, though?
Well, they can suspect. If you're Bonkers right now, this is perfect.
Yeah.
You had Tix get 1. You had Nice Hacks get 3. These are the players that got some picks on the pistol round. You're getting them very, very close to their ults early on. Now you're going into bonus without taking any damage. This is a really good start to the half for Bonkers. Fills you with a lot of confidence. Got to shout out Scrawl as well on the Sky. I don't know how many players, how many people are really in tune with the Oceanic scene, but Scrawl is someone who's got like 200 games on Sova or something and like very few on other agents. So he's someone that I've really been looking to diversify his agent pool for quite a long time, and here's a good game where he's not doing too badly supporting his team.
They're getting some really good util through. A couple of those abilities have been on point, and again, these guiding lights are so important just for information gathering. Trailblazer as well, straight through. Gonna spot Maple, tucked back up a short there. Are they gonna expect Autumn up on top of the box? Because the Trailblazer didn't see it.
No.
It's a nasty line to try to fight if you're down in sewers here.
No, for sure. This could be first blood going towards Order. Bonkers really taking their time setting up this play. Gonna try to smoke off top C, but look, the Nebula glitched out. Unfortunately, it went on top of the box, so it didn't actually stop Texter from circle jumping and getting info over there. That's a glitch that's been in there for a long time. In comes the side exit though, Mac.
Yep, it's a couple of cloudburst smokes all across the damn place, but Bonk look like they come out looking a little bit more unscathed. Full control of short there. And things are getting a little bit awkward because Order, they don't know exactly what they want to do.
This is the bonus, mate. They're going to save.
Yeah.
That retake on that A site, very difficult. Especially against these Astra comps, you know. Astra Killjoy comps. No joke, trying to retake that A site. Very difficult. You get that CT line locked down. So that's massive for Bonkers. They win that bonus. They upgrade 2 of these rifles. Going to send a couple of these players with a little bit more lackluster weaponry. Trying to hunt down any more rifles if they can get it. Minimize just sending it.
Right there.
He knows that Tux has managed to escape away to C. They know that he's here as well. Minimize spotted. And it's just great defense. Great ability to keep himself alive and work up a couple of those ult points as well with the exits.
Yeah, I mean, look, Tux, very, very aware of that C lurk coming through from RDW. He's a player that on this Sentinel role last year, perma lurk a lot of the time. And very, very consistent, very, very good results doing it. But even on top of that, what really impressed me is like just the suck as well as the fault line coming through. Double stun onto Minimize, who was going for that exit onto Tux, made his job super easy securing that one. So now, timeout from Order. This game is starting to hang in the balance. Bonkers are doing very well for themselves. Very impressed with their play so far. On this defensive side initially, and now on attack as well. Just some good set plays. Very, very standard sort of map control into set plays because you can't ping pong around the map as much when you're not running that double initiator that people were really, really keen on for a while. We have that like Sky Sova.
Yeah.
Without dog and drone, you know, you can't just guarantee that you're going to go take a lobby control and then you're going to go garage after. So I've seen with these teams that are running less of the initiators, sometimes you really do have to run basic map control protocols. You have to invest that initial utility from your initiator, and then you have to act on it and just hit the site where you've found that map control. A little bit harder to reliably diversify your map control and then keep your options open.
Let's see if anything changes here. Bonk prioritizing this A site early. Just getting that lobby control. Nice hacks on a nasty line. Maple almost cost him his life. Will fortunately dodge a couple of bullets there.
This is classic Order, right? Texter's pushing down mid. Tux is right behind him.
Oh. And speaking of timings, however, that one was just barely spotted out. So Alarm Bot coming in clutch there for Bonkers, and Minimize not able to get any damage through the wall. Okay, flash through. Nice hack's going to be stuck at close range. Shock Dart's good. It's not going to be good enough to finish off nice hacks yet. Maple still fighting, flashing forward. And some great utility. What a Shock Dart that one was.
Beautiful trigonometry in that. Get the dart through onto long as well. Tux keen to reaggress sewer maybe. Yeah. This is what I was waiting for Order. They're getting in the face of Bonkers a little bit more on this defensive side of Haven. And this has really started to throw a spanner in the works of Bonkers' plans. You know, it's easy when they're able to take the map control and play their game, but now they're starting to get pushed and pulled around the map a little bit and prodded. Man disadvantage. 30 seconds left. Start to kick things off into this B site.
Missed opportunity there from Disco. Okay. Shot coming through there. It's just barely missed though, so it seems to have hit a wrong part of the middle of the B site. Went through to the wrong wall. Trailblazer across. It's a good stun. And the follow-up's even better. Ticks as well, waiting for the flank through. Tux is there to trade. Go back to the 3-on-3, but not the bloody long blink, and you'll miss it. Autumn, he's picked off one on to Minimize, and Order have the man advantage. Looking just to make this retake happen, and they've got time for bloody days. RDW, how's his positioning? Ooh, takes on 2, but it's Maple for a triple kill. Gets his defuse off as well. At least a half tick. Hands that one across to Chamber, across to Tux to see if he can get that one step closer to his ultimate as well. And going into round 17 now. It's getting pretty deep in the paint, but we're all tied up.
Yeah, it's good to see Order back in there with that aggression. Just dictating the pace of the game. That's what they do best. That's what teams a lot of the time in this region have struggle dealing with. I think Bonkers is, they're a team that puts in a lot of effort. They're very well organized. If you let them play the strats and the style that they're comfortable with, they very much can win this game. But what I want to see is if Order is going to disrupt them, make their life a little bit harder, can they deal with that and still pull this W off? Changing things up now. Get the dog in towards Garage, and we're going to get a pretty quick C split, and they've already found first pick.
Yeah, heavy reliance on these knives to work. However, it was just the guns getting some shots across. Opening things up. Texter able to play around his smokes as well. Nice Hacks has 2 more blades to work with. Over the top, though, Texter still expecting more of these men, and it's going to be Nice Hacks found right underneath Plat. Beautiful aggression, beautiful defense as well from Texter, who is not going to let that C site go down without a fight.
Yeah. And those are the small things that you love to see as well. Especially players that come from that CS background that are like maining this smokes role, just being able to give themselves little cheeky one-ways, little angles to play around.
Yeah.
Obviously the one-way is not the same thing, but that nebula up on top of the logs and then having the additional stars on site to play around, you place them a couple of pixels towards one side, you can get yourself an easy opening frag, and you know how you're playing around your own setup. It's almost like being able to play, that Cypher role where you have your cages, your utility setup, and you know how you can play around it. You can do the same thing with Astra. And Texas done that beautifully. That's the raw mechanics to back it up as well, secure that 4K. Forced out the pause now from Bonkers. And this is what I was saying before. This is where Bonkers, they need to be able to deal with this pressure coming in from Order. They've done good enough to force the respect pause to come out. They've done good enough to show us a couple of good rounds. But this is the thing with a lot of these underdog teams. They can be good enough to pull that out, but pulling off the win, being able to secure a whole series, and this is only groups, right? We're only in groups. It'd be cool if they could secure a groups win. Then I'm going to say, look, let's see about playoffs. Let's see if you can beat them in a BO5. This is like the already showing promise, but let's see if they can get the W. Let's see if they can keep this contested.
Well, Bonkers, they do have that lockdown to play around, as well as the Cosmic Divide, so that could be a recipe for success, but we'll see how the early round goes, because Order, they are looking to fight fire with fire, holding lines at mid, happy to take some fights here. Yeah,
they got pretty good money as well, so it's going to have to be 2 pretty good rounds from Bonkers to keep this game competitive as we head into the double digits. Sub-map control, you've got the outside of Gary here for Bonkers, as well as Sewers, which is still contested on the op line. What's the mid-round looking like? We're at 1 minute right now. Order still has decent info. You're getting the circle jump out of Tux. He's still got his chamber util active in Garage. You've still got some deeper lines being held by Order. Now pulled that breach rotation over with a little bit of util from Bonkers. Now they start to leave a lobby. So they pulled the rotation they wanted away right now. Disco is in a link. They have the timing they can hit. If they go with this Gary split, they isolate Tux, this could be a good round.
The only issue I can see is where RDW is currently positioned, and if that lockdown is going to be used, looks like they're going to commit in regardless, and don't worry too much about anything but that Cosmic Divide. It's definitely denied a whole lot of information. Beautiful flash through, and Minimize finds a follow-up. Tux, though, looking strong for one, but again, Minimize the man who's making this happen. Spikes retrieved, 10 seconds, and there is just enough time to get this planted for Bonkers, and we got a 3v3 retake. In comes that lockdown we've been waiting for as well, and it all comes down to the timing. Order, they're going to try to go forward and get to the back of sight. So looking for a bit of map control, waiting this one out until it pops completely. Tailwind even utilized to survive. It's awkward. RDW going to be caught with util in hand. Wants to try to get the Nano Swarm out, but it's not going to work. Gravity well, all things used and all positions known of the Bonkers players, but of course, stuck in the open. Tix is Gonski's Nano Swarm, not going to be able to hit the mark, and it looks like RDW is just keeping his weapon alive. He knows it's all over Red Rover, and that's 10 on the board for Order.
Yeah, not respecting the Cosmic there. Tux just utilizing the Chamber TP to try to pop in and out of that wall, get some picks. Texters going in and out of the Cosmic. Disco's able to use the breach flashes to continue contesting that plant. And then when we get to the 2-on-3, Tix is playing from C long, but it's a default plant. RDW, he throws down his lockdown, but it almost feels like he thought that it just cleared all of sight. Like he wasn't ready for that player peeking him from plat so aggressively. So just a couple of small details that trip Bonkers up there. There's the Chamber ult out. Tux has not bought himself a primary either, so he's really relying on the weaponries given to you when you pick Chamber as an agent. And this double AWP is going to start ripping Bonkers apart. Like I said, they only have this one initiator to clear lines. You're relying on the flashes being good. You're relying on clearing the right angles at the right time. And if you don't do that, you're losing players on the way through the map against Jet Chamber.
And that's just that lobby control that you lost so early, allowed Autumn to get so damn advanced, peeking on a line that you wouldn't expect him to be there that early in the round. Big Flash comes through. Minimize now going to be keeping Autumn stuck in the corner. Cloudburst, enough to get away. It is just going around on top of the box and surviving for the moment. But Tux finding some impact as well with the ult.
These are the small details. They're small mistakes. Little bits of movement, little bits of util used at certain angles, but not others where, like I said, you're playing against Jet Chamber. You cannot have the details go amiss because you're going to start losing picks. 3v5 now. Bonkers kind of just got to force their way in towards B. They've got no smokes. They've got no entry on the Jet. Tux finds himself another, further extending the advantage for Order. Bit cheeky to go for the repeat there, but not going to matter too much because Bonkers just have no territory right now, and it's looking like they're heading for the save.
Well, 2 of the Force definitely coming in clutch, doing enough damage to keep Bonkers away from B. And look, they know their economy's not in a great way, so just opting for the weapons, keeping themselves in a good position to have some impact in the following rounds, but they don't back themselves in the 2v4. So it's 11 secured for Order, who just need 2 more to take their first map pick.
Got great economy to do so as well, Mac. You're up 11-8. You've got good money.
Yeah.
This is looking like an Order W for sure. See what Bonkers have in the tank, though. It's going to be a half buy around the 2 saved weaponaries. Give themselves an outside shot at winning this round. They got the breach shot to play with, but very much dry in terms of the ult economy. They're actually going to force up. They know this game's coming down to the wire. They got to cut some corners if they're going to make it happen. Early control along. 1 scan by Maple. Just looking to play retake on this ace site. See if Autumn can get on this line and get a pick before they get smoked out.
Yeah, he is out of there, smashing his way to heaven. Happy to play inside the smokes. Has that Phantom as well, so hoping to get some damage through, but he's not going to be able to connect. And it looks like it might just be 5v5 for the retake here. Maple getting some work done with the shock darts, at least buying some extra time with these rotations through. They know the spike's here, but Scrawl as well, able to stop the flank from happening just yet. Awkward timing for him as Disco finds yet another. Now Texter, he's still got this Cosmic Divide, but it looks like he's going to be dropping. No, just drops a couple of stars. And buys some extra time for himself. Okay, the dissipate's there, but it's RDW holding strong. And he brings it back to this 2-on-2. Nice Axe waiting for the dash out the top. And looks like we are going to see Autumn try to be the human flash, but it's going to be a strength in numbers approach. Bonk swinging together. And Nice Axe finds himself a 3rd to close out another round and keep this game tight.
That's massive from RDW, waiting out the timing of the star getting pulled back rather than committing to that short smoke. Can catch a lot of people off even now after Astra's become a mainstay in the meta for the longest time. But really, it's Nice Axe who's made the impact play in that round. The updraft into heaven, winning that duel, winning another duel on the site, and then winning the 2-on-1 swing against the last player. He was all over the place. That's exactly what you want from your Jet. He was first into the site, creating the space, and he's won all the important duels as well. Big impact.
Well, Tuck's going to be smacked by the Guardian Light, so Scrawl's aware He was trying to get aggressive down here in sewers, but the Trailblazers going to be coming around the corner. Here's that TP away. So after being spotted, goes up on top of the box, tries to use the high ground.
You had Autumn looking for that peek in towards middle. Wasn't given anything. Maple looking for info. Well aware that A's being contested, but this is the norm right now. Order are used to Bonkers working this A control time and time again. This is where Bonkers are winning rounds, though, so they're quite happy to continue just trying to kick off this A execute and pick themselves up some rounds.
Okay. Nice little lineup as well with the Nano Swarm. Not too sure if it had any impact, but Tuck, speak of impact, man is just standing, holding down the high ground. No collateral for Autumn, but at least he's found one. So into the 2v2 we go. 40 seconds on the clock and a big flank coming through here from Texter. So looks like we're going to see Disco just wait things out.
When the spike goes down, that gives Skrull his ult. This is going to reveal that there is one on the flank and one towards spawn. We are going to get Bonkers. They're trying to take that duel. Skrull way too low to win that. RDW, very capable of a 1-on-2 right now when he knows the opponent's positioning.
Oh, and the Rolling Thunder as well. Oh, it's good, but he's not expecting him so close, and RDW survives, gets to safety. I did not see this happening. Turret as well. He's heard the tap. He's waiting for the swing through. Texter goes for half tick, and RDW comes in huge for Bonkers. 4 kills, works up the lockdown, and he does it all in style. Man is a machine.
Yeah, that was vintage right there. Saw him doing that against Order on the wildcard roster. He was one of the biggest impact players for them, obviously. I remember it was like the combo of Ninum, RDW, and Swirl was the thing that kind of maybe one of the only things that kind of undid Order last year. So, again, RDW straight back on that clutch potential on the lurk and the sentinel role here for Bonkers. Couple of these boys having some impact plays, getting these rounds on the board. And now we were talking about it. Order had such good economy, but with these rounds going by the wayside, both of these teams are really low on money. So now we're up 10-11. These rounds are absolutely massive. They're really going to tell the story of who's taking this game because both of these teams are very close to being broke.
Okay, guiding light around the corner, and Tux, he's just going to hold his ground for now.
I love this adjustment for Bonkers, dude. Been so heavy over towards A. Order leaning 3 players over there, trying to get some info. Haven't been able to win it on the site, but Bonkers in the meanwhile, they're more in a 1-1-3 right now. They've punished the aggression. They've got map control up towards top B. They've got those contingency plans ready to be able to go towards other parts of the map. They're in a perfect position to take this round, and this is probably the biggest impact round of the game.
Let's see how long Tix just holds this position. He's going to start to make a move. Slow peek, though, straight into Maple's perfectly placed crosshair. And then the A site seems to still be the target. So back to the 4-on-4, and with this lockdown, there is definitely a whole lot of time for Bonkers to make their way into sight. But Disco, going to be dropping some util, trying to buy some extra time, and there it is. Oh, wasn't it by the time? It was to destroy the lockdown. So Man's learnt his lineups. There you go. That's why Breach is having some huge impact for both sides this game. And they'll make their way into sight, but are they going to be able to get it down? They will. Gravity Well doesn't pull them off of sight in case that was the factor. And Nice Hacks, he's just going to keep on fighting here. 2 quick ones to turn the round on its head.
Texter, 1-on-3. Position spotted out by the guiding light. Skrull isolated behind the Cosmic, though, but look at this 2-man crossfire. Wait, the fading of the Cosmic, almost enough for Texter. But RDW, a safe pair of hands in an XVX.
Okay.
Able to secure that for Bonkers. He picks up the op as well on the attacking side, so that's going to be thrown over to Mr. Nice Hacks, but that was the big round. Order's money not looking too crash hot right now. Bonkers up against a half buy. Could secure themselves map point right now. OT at the minimum.
Yeah, it's a conversation we weren't having, like 3 rounds ago, but all it took was a couple of wins, a couple of extra rounds on the board to just change that momentum in the favor of Bonkers. They just seem to be making all the right decisions, doing all the right things, and just hitting all the right shots as well. Even though, rounds like that where Texter definitely could have won the 1v3, he just barely didn't. It's RDW locking it down time after time.
Now changing things up. Going towards Garage. Instead of working this A side of the map, trying to utilize the dog entry on Garage, but Texter running around with the Spectre. Finds the opening pick. Shot for shot, can't fight the operator, but Texter just keeps fighting Garage. He doesn't care right now. He's taking this round over on the half by Mac.
Well, he knows that there's a push coming up long, and he didn't want to deal with that at this range. However, peeks his head in. It's going to cost him his life, but still, with a 2-on-3, we've seen Bonkers start to win a few of these. So we'll see if they're going to be able to make their way back in. Cosmic Divide starts to come through, but there is going to be an alarm bot, flashpoint to try to force them out for the moment. As well as that aftershock just to clear out that left side on the way out of Garage. But it's all down to the timing now, and Tix, he doesn't want to stand too close to that Cosmic Divide. I don't know if that one's going to be heard either. Close range, Tux hits it. And now it's all up to RDW. He has to win this in a 1-on-3. Position known, operator in hand. But can he find the timing? There's the first, and it's going to be wrangled for at least half. Disco comes in clutch and keeps Order in the lead barely.
Yeah, so hard to force your way through Gary with this kind of comp. Very difficult, but Texter, they fixed Spectre, by the way. It's fixed. You can't just run around, you know, absolutely obliterate everyone.
Yeah.
Obviously, still extremely good. Just taking a little bit of a range nerf is not going to concern you too much when you're zooming around Garage, just owning your opponents. And that is just the kind of play that wins Order so many games, man. All 5 of these players able to pull something like that off, and Texas had a bunch of impact plays this game, but that's massive for him.
The fault line comes through, but so's the Cloudburst, and it stops them from spotting Bonkers initially, but not after they're out in the open. And Nice Hacks, he has been pushing the point at the start of a couple of these rounds. It was working in the first half, but so far it is not going as expected. He's going in solo and getting dumpstered for it.
Yeah, man, disadvantage as well. You got Tux on a line where he can just get a pick and fall off. That further extends the advantage. He's not even going to shoot the alarm bot. Just a little bit of info that just shows them that this is probably played towards the B side of the map. In comes the Astra smoke. Bonkers still in no man's land. No control over any of the sites with a man disadvantage and so many aggressive lines they can trip up. It's good to see them push the operator off the line. This could cause a bit of a push in the rotations.
Yeah, how's the timing? Because there's a lot of attention being drawn over towards the B side of things, but Minimize goes the whole way round, and Disco has his out with a jump spot. Still manages to get the Vandal in hand and get that kill. That should not be allowed. So Bonkers, they're running out of options. They're just sending it straight in B, but Maple's got the Hunter's Fury, hits him with the collateral of all things, and it's all down to Tix to try to save it. He doesn't check his corner, and Texter just stands there and delivers a 13th round for Order. There it is, the W on map number 1, 13-11. Order take their map.
Yeah, very close game. A lot of potential there for Bonkers, but a couple of these minor details where they're unfortunately falling at the final hurdle. But
yeah,
very entertaining game of Valorant. Definitely keen for another map of that if we're going to get it, hoping so. And you got to remember as well, that's Order's map pick. Bonkers keeping super competitive on it. A lot of good impact plays there. You could see there was good structure from those lads as well. So yeah, really keen to see more of them, and you can see why they've been doing so well in their group.
I am really excited to see Breach starting to make his way back into meta. Maybe it was just, it looked really good with Disco. He seemed to have all the lineups to deal with the lockdowns on both sides. Always seemed to know exactly where to drop it and when to drop it as well. So he's just able to keep things solid. You know, going over to Bind though, I feel like we're going to see a bit of a change up in the agent comps. Like, I really enjoyed seeing Tux on the Chamber, but I feel like when we're going back to Bind, he's dropping Viper 100% of the time.
Yeah, but most likely. But it's been good to see the flexibility of some of the roles in terms of the agent comps. With Tux, he's changing up his agent pool a little bit. We talked about Disco before being mostly on that raise. So we'll see what agent comp they're going to bring out on Bind, because like I said, that's the great thing about watching Order, who they've had a couple of months in the lab, and we'll see if they're going to pull out anything different. They probably do have something different, but maybe don't pull it out for the group stage. Who knows?
Yeah, I guess we will see. And to see it, we've got to go through an ad break. So ladies and gents, don't go too far. Map number 2 is coming up just after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Valorant Oceania Tour for Stage 1 of the year. We're up to Day 6. It's the final day of games, final day of group stage before we jump on into the playoffs going into the next couple of weeks. And look, first map there of this series was absolutely nuts, absolutely bonkers, some could say, because Bonkers really took it to Order. We thought that maybe that comeback was going to happen. Maybe they were going to take Order's map pick, but at the end, Order managed to have the endurance, managed to bring it back just barely in the dying moments and make it happen. However, we still have 2 more maps to play. In this series. Bind is going to be coming up now, and then Icebox is, of course, that decider. Now, Bind is one we haven't seen a whole lot of lately. More people going sort of towards that Breeze area, a lot of Icebox, still a lot of Haven and the Scent in there, but I'm happy that we do get to see it between both these teams, especially knowing it's Bonkers map pick, because Order can play this map.
Yeah, so it should be an interesting one, I'm hoping. I'm looking at what Bonkers was playing last time. Look, we got 2 different agent comps, and one of them includes a Neon and a Chamber. So that'll be a cool one to see some special sauce out of Bind from Bonkers, see if they've been, cooking something queued up in the lab. As for Order, I mean, it's been a while since we've seen them play Bind. Like I said, that's the problem. We don't have a whole lot of map stats to look at. Even going back to some of the games last year, those are the ones where they have reps on Bind, which is, Peace and Bliss last year in November and December. So they haven't played Bind in a while. And similar to what we saw last map, where I'm saying, look, I haven't seen very much Haven from them in a while. This was the comp last time. We could see something very different from Order heading into this this official, because, they've had time to adjust their agent comps. We're already seeing a bit more flexibility from some of the boys, changing up their agents. And that could be exciting, because like I said, we already know Bonkers has some spicy agent comps. Maybe Order brings us something spicy as well.
Yeah, some very spicy players as well. Definitely turning a lot of heads. Nice hacks popping off towards like the early rounds, except towards the end of the game where things didn't work as well. Tix, you pointed him out. He played out of his mind. And then RDW with a big couple of clutches there as well, really to keep Bonkers in the game. So a whole lot of impressive things coming through. Probably need to see a bit more from Scrawl. We know he's definitely capable of fragging up more so. But as you mentioned, he's playing some different agents coming into this lineup. So maybe we'll see a bit more success as they do move into Bonkers map pick.
Yeah, look, I think Scrawl's a very good player, and he's obviously been someone who has been a mainstay in VOT even all the way through last year. But like I said, I feel like he's a bit too inflexible with his agent pool. At least that was the case last year. And I think that you've seen him go away from Sova, which is kind of, he's a bit of a Sova main. He knows all the lineups, he knows all the shock darts and all that kind of stuff. But when he's gone onto the Sky there, and his individual performance has gone down a little bit. And I think that's something that I've seen at least from a couple of games from Scrawl. On Split, he would play a bit of Killjoy, and that was another comfortable one for him. So I want to see him, break out of his comfort zone and then, get better and better and be able to put in some individual performance as well, because he's someone that can definitely have some good clutches and some big plays as well when he's feeling a bit more comfortable, and when he's able to play that role, which is a little bit more difficult. And then, of course, Minimizes is the man pulling the strings. He's the RGO. He puts in a lot of work. So it's a very, very well-rounded team, It's no surprise that they're doing so well for themselves. They're up the top of their group, and they take 11 rounds off Order in the initial map on their opponent's map pick.
Well, let's have a look at where we're going to be heading. Let's see if we get this Neon Chamber comp you were talking about over on the side of Bonkers.
Yeah.
So far, looking pretty damn good.
I think Order's playing that same comp last year, the same comp from last year with the same players in the same roles, which there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh,
it's a classic comp, right? Yeah, this is what we're going to get from Bonkers. Okay, so Bonkers is here with the special sauce. This is what they played their last game of Bind. Who'd they play against? Let's have a look. They played against Fun Crew, and they won 13-6 with this comp. So let's see how it goes up against Order. Obviously, Chamber Neon is a cool one. We've seen that a little bit in some of the other regions, but we're a little bit more inflexible in OS to adapt to new things and try new stuff. So Bonkers is one of those teams that's always keen to do something a little bit different.
Yeah.
You get Minimized on the Sky as well, and Scrawl on a comfort agent. I think even those 2 players that we were saying were a bit more facilitative in terms of their role. They're actually on their most comfortable agents.
Let's see what is going to happen here. I'm damn keen to see what Niceax has for us on the Neon and RDW. He was popping off last game on the Killjoy, so this is a bit of a change-up, jumping over to the Chamber instead. We know what to expect from Order, so I feel like a lot of eyes are going to be on Bonkers this game.
Yeah, for sure. I'm keen to see this comp because it's had that one game of success. I wasn't watching it, so look, I'm hoping for something a bit special, something cute. We're definitely going to see something different. Maybe a little, at least for Oats, maybe a little bit less. Already I've seen, some of the teams in NA and some of the other regions picking up the Neon and the Chamber plenty already. People already experimenting with that. So, yeah, keen to see. It's almost like the new school versus the old school that we're watching right now. This Order comp is the double initiator. So the Sky with the Astra Viper and the Jet. It's like the most played out comp you've seen on so many maps, whereas over here for Bonkers, something brand new.
Guiding Light. I'm going to get some info through toilets early. Trailblazers are going to be spotted. Just looking for the stun over towards the right side, but already got Bonk just trying to smash their way in. Texter again, just playing around these smokes. Such a damn nuisance. And he's looking for a little bit more as well. It's a perfect defense so far. Texter wants to try to trade there, but Tix, aware of the potential of a flank. Disco comes in clutch and finishes off the round with a little message passed on right at the end there as well. Order, they're going to take the first pistol.
What was the message back?
I don't know. It was like a control spam or something. I wanted to let him know that he was in control.
Okay, fair enough.
Mental warfare.
I use C, so I don't know.
Use C?
I use C. I come from Call of Duty Pro mod, so I was never a control user, I guess. Either way, look, anyway, you get that very, very nice pistol out of Textar. That's classic, what we're used to seeing from him, playing around in those smokes. Again, Bonkers.
Yeah.
Putting premium on this bathroom control. Farming up some orbs. Looking to do some damage. Tix is like, well, I've been shooting a lot of people with the Ghost, so may as well upgrade and see if I can shoot some more people. RDW. 2 bullets in the chamber, figuratively and literally.
And unfortunately, it's not going to allow him to be sharp enough to take Autumn toe-to-toe. That Marshall doing way too much groundwork. And now, Bonkers just need to readjust, recalculate how they want to approach this round. And it's going to be strength in numbers, a bit of a split towards 8. Oh, and it's spotted as well. So things looking like they're getting pretty terrible. Snakebite out from Tux is going to slow down the toilet push for the moment. A couple of smokes up in their way. With 40 seconds on the clock, Niceax, he's just going to go for a big rotation. A quick one too. Of course, with the old sprint there. But who's going to find the damage? And when is this hit going to come through? 30 on the clock. Guiding Light around. Disco spots that push out. Minimize. He's going to fall. Now, there's numbers everywhere, but Texter, again, such a nuisance around the smoke. Finds one, gets traded. And it's all up to Tix to do damage. He's going to find no more than the single. And a relatively successful round coming through from Order. Only one casualty.
Yeah, sometimes investing that in that Ghost can be a little bit scary because if you're upgrading your pistol as the Astra, you can forego a couple of stars, but not in this case. You obviously had exactly enough for the 4 stars. You get given the singular at the start of the round, so he's good. Getting 5 stars for Tix. 2 off the Cosmic, 1 off the Cosmic for Texter. Both of the Astras fragging up a bit of a storm. You could even see a double Cosmic in the 1 round early on. But for Order, it's a bit more of this bonus round, obviously. Aggression into long. You get the dart as well as that early bird, but all of the stuns coming in for Bonkers. That is a beautiful counter. Immediately, the whole of that Order team trying to go down long there gets fully stunned, and that gets shut down in an instant.
And Order just looking to approach this from a different perspective or just keep these weapons alive into the next. You can see Texter just looking to build as much distance as possible from the enemies. But Bonkers slowing things down and making sure they won't be caught out by anything. Really just crossing those T's, dotting those I's, making sure it's a safe site to take. So
that Neon stun, though, it's just absurd, man. Like, the double bounce clears out so much ground. It's like a mini breach stun that's faster. You can just throw it on the fly. Don't need to charge it up. like legit just completely domed that push. They're trying to go down long. You see that play all the time with the Nebula. You get the Dart and the Bird. It's like so much util that it's hard to deal with, and you're getting pushed. It's a really good bonus round strat out of order, but you know, there's some of these newer agents in these niche scenarios. You're not expecting something to be so strong. Like that was just so good.
Looks like the save will be successful from Tux and Texter, the A-Site Bandits. And a flawless round as well.
Yeah.
Coming out there from Bonkers. So keeping 5 alive. Could not ask for too much more. And that's going to make the economy look stellar moving forward in the half.
2+K against across all the boys. You are super happy with that. On this attacking side as Bonkers. Keep yourselves competitive. Give yourselves multiple opportunities to continue trying to plug away these rounds. But you've done significant damage to Order's money there. Only Tux with a little bit more cash than everybody else, but 4 of them pretty broke. So this could be a reset round here for Bonkers. They got multiple chances to do it. Operator purchased up by Autumn is posted onto short. And it looks like Bonkers very keen. Just this double drone approach through hookah, through long. Try to kick off this push into the B site.
Gravity well slows them for a moment, and Tux decides to go forward, catching him with their pants down, and Minimize will not be traded, not initially. Nice axe coming out from Garden just at the right moment as well. Managed to finally punish Tux there. Disco looking for some spam damage towards the back of sight. So 3-on-4 and Order. They're looking to make their way back in. It's a Bink for Bink, but Tix comes out on top. This Astra on Astra matchup again. And now it looks like Disco and Autumn hoping for an overextension, but that's all that they can hope for, because in the 2-on-4, it's a difficult retake to pull off, so they're opting not to even try.
It's just a very strong approach of having that double initiator on the attacking side. It's been such a strong comp on blind for the longest time. To be able to have both of these entries mitigating the risk, drone up one angle, you get the dog up the other angle, and then you're kicking off your entry. In this case with the Neon. And Nice Axe just hit a blinder of a shot just to be able to open things up onto that first player on the site. So you're getting so much territory. You've already found man advantage. Easy as you like for Bonkers. They've done an excellent job in that round, and this is really starting to chip down the money of Order yet again. This is almost an even better start than they had on Haven. They're showing promise early on and keeping this game competitive.
Well, remember, they got off to a very, very good start over on Haven too.
Yeah.
And then Order remembered how to fire up, how to space and trade, and it just all went downhill in that first half for Bonkers. So we'll see if we see something similar here, or if they can keep this train chugging along. But for now, Order still looking to play some aggressive positioning over towards B, and much deeper back over towards the A side of things.
Drone down from Maple. Looking for info, doesn't see a single soul, so it's going to allow the lean over towards that A side, but they're still keen on this 2-man setup in towards Hookah. We get that orb over on the sofa. Surely with the dog and some of these tells coming through towards the A site, you're going to pull a rotate, and indeed Tux on his way over towards A. Got Texter, you can play around these smokes as well. Close toward bathroom, Autumn on that Heaven line.
Drone through, spotted, and the tag too. Minimize makes a little bit of noise. Texter had a smoke in hand, but with that, Sheriff will finally find first blood. So has the cover of the smoke to play around, but it's all down to the timing. Okay, found with the spam RDW. Connects through. One player TPs. I still see that rendezvous up. I'm not too sure if they can make their way back. Not way too far away. And Nice Hacks, he's just committing here with the spike. 20 on the clock. And they're leaving this late if they're going all the way back to A. At least they got the gear coming through. High gear, sprint back all the way. And there's that rendezvous, but they're going to run out of time. Oh, barely getting this one down. That was a very last minute audible.
Yeah, the Neon rotation. Round's not done yet, though. 4 players still up for both of these teams. Order started to kick off this retake with the dog. You do get the 1-for-1 trade, but U-Haul control still in the favor of Bonkers.
Tux looking to go forward now. Wants to tap that spike, get some info coming through, and there's a line, but also solid crossfire. Tux seems to be aware of RDW's position, but up against the wall, he's not going to be spotted. Scrawl, he's fallen as well now, and Tux finds himself the triple, but NiceHacks needs to pop off. He's gone. And so is the rest of Bonkers. There it is. Order will take the lead 3-2 with a successful retake. Nice positioning just to cover all those lines. Make sure that annoying crossfire from U-Haul and Short A is just dealt with early. And I thought NiceHacks might have had something more for us at the end, but he just lost the aim duel, and that was that.
Yeah, I got to say, the Bonkers have looked very structured for most of today, but that was a pretty boneheaded round, like you see out of a less of an experienced team.
Yeah.
Minimize like solo fighting outside of bathrooms up against the pistols. With a rifle, losing his rifle early to Techstar, fighting inside of that smoke when the rest of his team isn't up short in a 1-4 is like nightmare fuel. It's really not what you want to be doing up against the anti-harper. You know, there's guns saved over as well. And then that last second rotation, just giving you heart palpitations. That was the first time where I really felt like Bonkers were a little bit all over the place. Need to try to center themselves. Luckily, it's actually ordered to call the timeout. So Bonker's going to have a bit of time to chill out a little bit, have a chat about what went wrong that round, and try not to go straight in towards those same errors. Order this round, you've got the Cosmic, you've got the Pit, so a lot of good defensive tools, quite close to a lot of these other ults as well. Bonkers, they've got that Cosmic Neon ult as well as the Seekers. So it could be quite easy for Bonkers to kick off one of these site hits, just facilitated a lot better by that Neon ult entry on the ultimate, as well as, the Cosmic and the Seekers. I mean, yeah, this is just going to be a very quick one, isn't it?
Yeah, just straight up long, monstering their way through. Utility coming through everywhere. And NiceHacks, he's got this overdrive. A couple of walls to play around, looking for this elbow control. And he wants to go for the full wrap, but he's got absolutely nothing done with this ultimate. Runs out of juice. Now he's back down to the Sheriff, so let's see if that was the greatest use, or if Order seemed to be aware, because there's that smoke over towards elbow.
Yeah, I don't think he's been seen, Mac.
No.
I don't think they're ready for him. This could be a freebie right now. Viper Wall goes up. Drone goes in. He's going to see that player close, surely, but he's going for the side players, Mac.
Oh, and he's trying to bust everything, but he's looked too many directions. Doesn't spot anyone close, and he will be the first to fall. So Disco gets away scot-free there in a position he should not have survived in. But again, it all comes down to that timing, and NiceHacks just thought that they knew that he was there.
4-on-4 now. Yeah, I've got that one pick back onto the site. Order playing inside of the pit. Oh, it gets dropped. Tux has got taken out. Minimize is able to get another pick as well. The flash onto Spawn, creating space for the spike to go down. How have Bonkers pulled this one back?
Oh, and he swung across. Tix a little bit too late on the swing. Man's putting a couple of stars down. Texter as well. And it's awkward positioning, awkward timing. But Texter will be able to hold his ground. Autumn, they're thinking about it. They want it. They are hungry for a fourth. But they're going to make a disciplined decision. Happy just with the damage to the economy. And also worried about their own. So they back away.
These rounds,
keep on being even. 3-3. And Mitch, I don't know. These, as you mentioned, these rounds are so nuts, so close. Could literally go either way, sitting on a knife's edge.
That was just such a potato round, though. Like, this is why people say, like, Osa Mega LOL, you know?
Yeah.
Honestly. Like, NiceHacks slips into elbow, doesn't go for that play. I mean, it's easy armchair analyst position, but when Scrawl gets the drone through and is trying to shock dart that guy close garden, I guess he's trying to entry sight and get space for the rest of the team to bust out the Viper Wall, but, like, I don't know, man. It seemed like a free kill. Seemed like a just walk up and shoot someone in the head with the Sheriff. Like, just don't overcomplicate it, you know? Yeah. And then even after all of that, they still win the round. Like... I don't even know, bro. I can't. You got RDW. On the attack side, Chamber, he's really been keen on this op. So he's going to be on that angle holding simulator. It's going to be thrilling gameplay from him, watching him stare at one angle for like 45 seconds. While the rest of Bonkers working both of the extremities. This is what you love to see. Double initiator gameplay. You get pairs of these players working the map control.
It's all going to boil down to timing again. But nice hacks, of course, with a little bit better of a weapon than in the previous round. So RDW just going in with the drone. Tux, not getting too ambitious until that drone is dealt with. Flash through. He does manage to jump in, but he's not going to find any victims this time.
He's blinded by his teammate. Oh, this is 4 players over here, Mac. Tix is on the other side of the map on the permalurk with the Astra. Gas goes back up.
I think RDW, he's just holding his trigger. Trying to make sure no one knows that he's on this line with the operator.
30 seconds left.
But again, the time is ticking away. Maple, he's got himself a dart to use. I believe that's been popped as well. But speaking of use, there's util bloody everywhere. A couple of walls across. Nice Axe manages to go in through the middle. Finds a flank off the back of it. Seeker's in through as well. An order. They're just trying to figure out exactly what is going on. Jellyfish everywhere. And the spike needs to go down, but it's on the ground. And there's no one here to plant it. Tix, after all that, he's been chased by the jellyfish. But it's way too late to get that spike planted. There was not enough coverage in order. They just managed to flood the site. And Mitch, can you tell me what happened? Because I was trying to follow anything. And there was just smokes everywhere. So
I think that might be a new NFT. That could have been a new NFT if we'd got a third of that.
Ah, true, true.
Not this time, though. I think, look, Bonkers, they set up. They took that map control. They set up on B-Long. They got Hookah as well, utilizing that initiator util.
Yeah.
They post RDW on the line. He's waiting for a pick. He was waiting a long time, you know? Like, at some point, you got to have whatever the set play is. Like, you got to be like, okay, I'm looking for a pick. And then they didn't get that pick, and then forget about it because we're getting a really quick one all the way onto this A side. Texter again playing inside of his smokes, just disrupting before this entry can even elapse.
And there it is, that stun coming through from the Neon. Nice hacks. Dropping it close, and Texter couldn't do a damn thing about it. Autumn, he's just trying to figure out when to take that shot, but the pulse comes through and straight in through the smoke. It's going to be one, but answered with Disco through that default box, still able to spam from that position.
Oh, the flank though. Oh no, he's shot at the cape. The beautiful Sova cape swishing in the wind. RDW just holding, angle holding simulator. It's beautiful gameplay. Maple's got some U-Haul control though, Mac.
Yeah, Tour de Force coming in with some impact, but it's out of the equation with a shot like that. Maple just jumping across, shock darts lineups. They know that Skrull's down deep in this position because that's where it's come from, and he's last alive too. Beautiful retake coming through from Order. Texter got just absolutely annihilated by all the util thrown towards him, but fortunately for him, the rest of the boys were there to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, I mean, look, the way that he's playing that Astra right now, he is, you know, you see a lot of these more passive Astra players that will, from a safe position, dump, like util dump, and like just play a bit more of that retakey style, maybe, you know, play a little bit more chill, I suppose, whereas, you know, Texter, very aggressive, playing around his utility heavily, trying to play disruptive, and as a result, it buys more and more time for those rotates to come in and for his teammates to have more impact and more space to get back into the site. Again, very quick one, 2-3, double initiator, you get the dog through bathroom, drone up short, very clear that Bonkers want to try to make something happen towards the A side of the map.
They're just going so fast over and over, and a sharp shot, RDW, crosshair placement coming in clutch, and Texter not going to be hit with the spam. Nice Hacks can't make his way through. He's got this overdrive ready, and I'm still waiting for it to be used. He's just trying to create some space. Bit of damage onto Autumn, but it's not enough to secure a kill. Lineups there, but Nice Hacks unable to trade. It's Maple doing all this work coming in from bathrooms, but there's another flank slowly but surely coming through on him as well. Let's see if he expects it. It's U-Haul control that's in the bag for Bonkers right now.
Yeah. Flank of the flank, Skrull on the long rotate around. He's got the darts as well, and with these players taking so much damage on Order, he could just utilize those shock darts onto the default plant position to potentially win himself the round. He's playing it beautifully, just utilizing that movement. RDW, he's opened up the round, sneaking up short with the chamber pistol and closing it out as well. Just beautiful positioning from him. Enables the Bonkers boys to win themselves a half bye they had no business winning and break Order's money.
Crazy, crazy rounds, and Bonkers seem to love trying to thrive in the chaos. It it has been work. I don't know. I think it's inconsistent. You know, sometimes it's like, wow, great. Like you're in behind enemy lines and you've done so much work, but then it's like the plan sort of falls short once they do have that site control. Order have managed to do a lot of work on these retakes. Site holds have been okay for the most part, but now we're seeing a big aggressive play straight down mid, and Autumn has got the Blade Storm ready. He's looking for a little bit of extra action, and Maple combining it with the Hunter's Fury, just trying to find some damage. I don't believe there was a tag in through the wall. They've seen these jellies coming forward, so it's a couple of picks going in favor of Bonkers.
Yeah, they see exactly like you said, the Seekers just spotting out that player towards short. They know the positioning of the player in heaven as well. Yeah, okay, Tix, fair enough. Why not? Operator on Disco now, looking for some more exit damage. 3 players up for Bonkers would kind of be the pass score on an anti-half like this, or an anti-eco, to be honest. Not really too much investment in there from Order. Majority of the damage coming through on the knives. But it's going to be the save of the Operator. Can throw that one over to Autumn next round. And look, attacking side here for Bonkers. Going to even things up 5 apiece after winning the half buy. Their money's looking better and better.
Yeah.
And only 2 or so more rounds to play. So going to be a close half regardless of whoever's picking up these last couple of rounds.
This Operator definitely could come in handy. But as you mentioned, Bonkers, their economy is in the bin if they lose too many of these weapons. So opt not to go for the hunt and just keep things even going into the final couple of rounds of the half.
Yeah.
5-5 at the moment. And look, we have a Cosmic Divide, but it's the only ult that's up right now. However, Texters isn't too far off either.
Yeah, one point for the Cosmic on Techstar. I dare say both Disco and Tux should probably have one more ult in this half. There's only 2 rounds of play left. Most of the Bonkers guys probably won't get another ult off. And again, it's the same thing. Time and time here. Flash into baths. Dog drone. Hit that A site hard. Order. See if they start to adapt. You're getting the flash in towards middle. That's info that there's not a single player over there. Cosmic to follow it up as Tux gets pressured in towards close bars. It's a pretty good flash, but it's only going to end up being a 1-for-1 for Bonkers, and they still haven't got too much site control outside to minimize this deep.
Oh, well, he's not there for too much longer. Deleted underneath heaven. And Order maintains some form of control. U-Haul here for Tex, but not for long. Now Scrawl pushing forward. Having a good time on the Sova. In comes a Cosmic Divide, looking just to split the site in half. Keep things sneaky. They hear that Trailblazer coming forward. Dealt with. Now Order, happy just to play the time game. Happy to play for the retake. Tix committing to this plant now. Shock Dart misses. At least the first one does. Second one, follow-up. Connects, and Autumn, he's going to be able to make it past this trap with that Cloud Burst. But RDW was close enough to hear it. So Operator on the flank. Everyone dies. Scrawl finds himself a quick double. Might have been a collateral with the wallbang.
Beautiful.
But just like that, blink and you'll miss it. It's another round in the bag for Bonkers.
Now somewhat of a limited buy-in for Order. They've still got that Cosmic. Tux has got his pit now. One off the Seekers for Disco. So we'll see if he gets that big long orb to kick things off. It's less weaponry in the favor of Order. They're having to go down to a couple of sets of light armor. So really, they've got to leverage this ult advantage that they have. Scroll with the multi-fag. The 3k in that round might give him Hunter's Fury in this round that he wouldn't have otherwise had. There's the dart. There's the suck in return, but you still get away with the Seekers if you're Disco. Now you're getting, again, this double drone gameplay through Hookah, through Long, and it looks like Bonkers have their eyes set on this B site.
Really trying to make their way back in. Disco pops the ult, and it might just come in time. But again, Nice Hack's just going to be dancing around like an absolute madman. Finds himself the double entry, and that is huge coming through for Bonkers. Looking like they're in the pole position to pick up a 7th round for the first half now. But in comes that push. Texter not allowed him time to think. However, Nice Hack's in a solid position to find a 3rd. Just really showing us what Neon is capable of on the attack. But what has he got for us on the defense?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see for sure. I will say, I don't think we saw much impact from his ult at all, right? Like, I feel like every time he popped his ult, it just, like, timed out, basically.
Yeah, it, like, would zone the enemies away into safer
yeah, kind of like the
positions.
Raze ult, yeah?
Yeah. exactly the same. And no one wanted to go toe-to-toe with him. They're like, nah, screw that. I'm not dying to that. And he was able to get into some sneaky positions. But I want to see actual damage done with it, you know?
Yeah, it's an exciting one to watch, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And this is an exciting series to watch. Again, another good half out of Bonkers. Going toe-to-toe with Water here in the groups of VOD. You love to see it. Bit of a slower one in here from Order. A 2-1-2, working the extremities. Nice shot dart. Just be able to chip down Autumn a little bit, but as you often see from the Sky players, you do get the investment in the heal there.
Yeah.
Just chipping on either side of the map. Order's not decided on where they want to go. You haven't seen too much map control being gained by Bonkers either outside of ticks on this deep hookah line.
Oh, Recon Bolt comes through, close range. Nice hacks. Missed opportunity. We are going to see that stun come through. Disco. Bird around the corner, just for the info though. Falls away and commits to this rotation. All of the Order members looking to regroup with Tech Stick here towards B. And how's the timing? Spotted, minimized, late to react, but he will commit with a couple of left clicks. And Tux comes through. Ticks as well, just trying to use those stars to the best of his ability. Gravity Well's not going to be too effective as Maple comes in with the Ghost, finds himself the double. Things get awkward now. Order trying to figure out where they can stand that's safe. Shock darts going everywhere. Nice hacks. Surviving. And Scrawl looking to go for a bit of a retake over towards Elbow.
Yeah, RDW up on this flank. Could apply some pressure to Elbow. Maple spotted out by the Recon Bolt, and he's able to be dealt with by the flanker coming in. Autumn is making a lot of noise coming through CT here, and RDW is able to tap it. Scrawl with the 3K on the Ghost goes massive for Bonkers. This is what I was saying, man. I feel like you put this guy off of his comfort pick. You do not see as many plays like that. 11 and 5, massive 3K in one of the critical gun rounds last half. Nice 3K on the Ghost.
Yeah.
Here to kick things off. Scrawl is over, man.
Just having so much better alpha game when he is playing these agents that he's comfortable with. Man's cracked, man's jacked, man's insane. And look, Bonkers, they are hunting for a very good start to the second half. Of course.
Oh. That was cute. RDW, he's using his telly just to be able to put it short as well as in towards the B site, as you often see. But he's using the CT, TP, to get there a little faster. That was cute.
Ah, okay. Well, let's see what Tix is going to be able to do. Gets that gravity well out, but he has to play it himself. He's now vulnerable from his own gravity well. And he'll go down nice and easily. Bucky not able to do too much damage. RDW finds himself a nice line-up. Spectre still very good up against a couple of these pistols here. And in comes some more shotgun damage, but it's not enough for the round. It's Bonkers with 9 on the board, looking for those double digits early in the second half.
So it's always the kids that want to play with the play Fortnite with the Bucky, you know?
Yeah. I feel like I haven't
mate.
seen much Bucky action since it copped that nerf.
Since the incident.
Since the incident, yeah.
I don't miss it.
I don't know
Definitely
either.
don't.
We won't speak about it. I don't want to give you PTSD, you know?
Yeah. Well, look, Bonkers, somewhat of a bonus coming in. They dropped a couple of guns over. RDW is able to utilize his Headhunter. To be able to try to do some damage. That's kind of what Bonkers want to go for here.
Yeah.
Farm up the orbs. That's not what RDW wanted to see. And Minimize, unfortunately, has mistimed it completely. This is going very quickly downhill. This is 100% a round where you just kind of want damage.
Minimize hoping for a spam back, but the pulse from the Recon Bolt was just too much. And oh, look at the timing. Tux, he's got A completely for free. But we're still going to see the push out anyway. So it's a two-pronged approach. Texter happily just taking fights here with the Vandal. And they're just going to try to keep it clean, try to keep it flawless, and they will. 5 alive for Order on their first gun round for the half. They are looking to get themselves back into the game quick smart.
Yeah, so clean. Similar to how Bonkers kicked this game off. We'll see how first gun round goes before we get too carried away, but that's what you want to see for Order to keep this one competitive.
Yeah.
They've got enough money to go for multiple of these gun rounds. No one's got their ult just yet, but a couple of players very close to Cosmic, as well as the old Hunter's Fury. There's RDW again, utilizing that trick to get himself around the map a little quicker. Because everyone in the scrims, man, is just spamming Ghost, but and when you come, or spamming the no-clip rather, but when you come in the officials and you can't no-clip around everywhere, you're caught in the wrong position at the start of the round.
Yeah.
Yeah, IGL's not too happy with you.
Things slowing down. Back to basics for Order, just allowing the drone to clean out Hookah here. A couple of stars to play with. And that pulse as well starting to come through. So connection with that drone shot.
They've got a 3-man setup on B right now. So Order have pulled the rotation over there. Texter on towards bathroom side. Tuck's the only one spotted by the drone. And you are going to get the Hunter's Fury go through there. But the pull, I don't know if that was intentional from Texter, but he's just saved his teammate with a beautiful little grab well in there. That's gorgeous from Texter.
I'm going to say it was intentional. Man seems to have a brain bigger than most. And Tix, oh my. Able to get these trades through. Big defense until Disco comes through. And just in this 3-on-3, 20 seconds on the clock and Order. They need to get this spike to site, or at least control a site to get it to it. Now, with 16 seconds, there's no chance of a rotate back to A, so it has to be the all-in here. Bit of a fight. Nice hacks now, stuck in the gravity well. Last alive, but not for long. Disco, big plays, big kills coming through. Works up the Seekers and works up another round for Order.
I mean, Texas on the flank over towards A, but all of his Astra utility that round was, like, disgusting. Like, the suck on the Hunter's Fury... The suck spawn hits as well. The Cosmic across the site. Thought it was hilarious, by the way, that Nice Axe has just like fooned his way around the corner before he can get killed by the flanker. But I don't think he's going to be laughing for too long because Bonkers is not in a great position anymore. Again, back down to the half bite. 2 of the force out for RDW. See if he can do some economic damage, even maybe try to steal a round away. It's almost reminiscent of you have the Orpa save in CS and then you get Deagles around it. Similar kind of story with the Chamber, to be honest. You get this half buy around the 2 of the force. Dangerous stuff.
A sneaky position there. I think he has his rendezvous set up, so he could fall away for free, but he's not going to use it. Just looking to keep on fighting. Scrawl able to find first impact onto Autumn with the Marshall. Okay. Sharp shot. A Nice Axe just going to be trying to smash his way away. High gear still in play to run around. Like a madman. Snake bite, forcing him to fight there. And again, that wall was information denial. Tarks fighting Tix's very advanced position over towards B. And that means that the site could be open. So we'll see if Tux commits here. Trailblazer through. So he's thinking, okay, no one should be on site with that bit of util coming through. Maybe he holds his ground. You got Nice Axe thinking he's got no one near him, but he might have just saved the round. 6 HP looking for something. Slide around the corner. Tries to overuse those abilities. Tries to be a sneaky bugger. But with 20 on the clock, Texter in a 1-on-3. He's untouched for the moment. And he may have just thread the needle, but he commits to the plant first go. Oh, what? Quick scope. Not going to be able to commit. Not going to be able to hit there, rather. Second opportunity is taken, is connected upon. There's 3 alive at the end of the round for Bonkers and a 10th on the board. So, Texter, unable to beat the savior that Order needed. But what a chaotic mid-round.
Dude, that movement from Nice Axe in short was disgusting. Do you see that?
Yeah.
He's like circle jumping in the bloody, in the sprint, and then the stun again. Like, that stun is just so good, man. Jesus. It's actually filthy. There's the half by one. I was talking about it, dude. Like, Sheriffs.
Yeah.
The Marshall as well. Like, Scrawl's Marshall, bit underrated. Seen him hit a couple clips with that. Couple little headshots. Kind of sharp.
There's a few players in this region that are just like absolutely cracked with that gun, by the way.
Yeah.
So many clips with it.
That gun needs to be fixed. Like, no lie. As people get mechanically better and better at Valorant, the Marshall's going to be a problem. I'm going to hold that thought, though, of overall balanced thoughts, because we have got an A hit coming in here. Dash into the smoke. You get the Hunter's Fury to help facilitate things, but still haven't cleared out U-Haul and showers yet, Mac.
Well, there was 3 different smokes they had to make their way through. Now, Viper's Pit 2, and as you mentioned, of course, there is the Toilets player, but RDW in the corner, not going to be spotted initially. Smoke goes down, and he will strike. Tuck's going for the full wrap, gets the trade, and it is just a ring around the rosy here on A. Still, though, Tuck survives, so the Viper's pit stands. A couple of shock darts trying to zone away the players. Gravity will as well. No one's standing in that. And still a whole minute for Order to play with. Recon Bolt looks pretty good. Pulse not coming through, though. Great coverage from Tux. Not going to leave his teammate for dead. And the spam isn't good either. So it's all down to the drone. Just using the last pieces of utility that are here. With Tix coming in to help him, there's still definitely a chance for Bonkers in the round. Tix, he's coming from U-Haul. It's a two-pronged approach. Trading's going to be difficult. And now with that Recon Pulse connecting as well, they know where one of two players are. Pit's about to fall down. It's a two-man swing out of it. Works out for one. The trade is there, and it's Tix now putting himself in a crossfire. Big wrap the whole way through. Coming in eventually. Maple falls, but Autumn, whiffs a chance. Tix going for the half tick, but he's ran out of time there. Gets the kill. But he's all out of luck. We'll survive with that TP. But the round in the bag for Order.
Yeah, good swing from Autumn. You know, he has to deny the half. Be able to guarantee the round. So even if he goes down, it's not a big deal. Especially with Order's economy being as strong as it has been for the majority of this half. But again, like that half buy being one for Bonkers has really chipped a lot of that down. And this is, again, similar to Haven. Not the exact same position, but again, we're close to this double-digit scoreline right now. Both of these teams pretty broke. So an important one for sure. Nice axe. He's got his Neon ult ready. Got the operator out on RDW. And similar to that last round, Order. Drone straight up short. They're going to kick off something towards this A site.
Again. Just smashing their way through. Nice hacks. He's got the overdrive ready again. And are we just going to see it zone, or are we going to finally see a kill with the damn thing? At the moment, he's just holding his ground. It's going to be Tex to find first blood. Nice hacks gets one, but that's all he will find. Overdrive. Maybe not as overpowered as we once thought. Or Bink through. Follow-up from Tix as well from Heaven. And it's a 2-on-3 for the retake. Good chip damage with that shock dart. RDW trying to make his way back in. Pulls out his Deagle for a sec. He's just trying to clear out all his angles offline as well. It's an awkward one to play for, but Maple, he'll become the victim. Operator waiting for more and almost connects on that wallbang.
Oh, Cosmic in front of the spike, but Tux not even respecting it. Just plays directly in front of it, knows he's got the wall for safety as well. Disco around the backside. Beautifully played by Order. Bonkers gave it a crack, but those retakes on the operator with the chamber, too slow to come back in there. Easy with the jet when you've got the dash coming in. You can be hyper aggressive. You can jump peek around the corners, things like that. You can even pop knives a lot of the time on that retake, but chamber moving a little bit slower in on there. In Order, that's a big round for them. They break the money of Bonkers, put them back on this half buy, back in their box for the time being, and give themselves a chance at not just evening up this game double digits, but if they can do it cleanly, they can start to get that economy a little bit more stabilized. There's the Hunter's Fury for Scroll. Texas playing in where they buy guns.
He is very happy to play deep. However, RDW is very happy to take that one with open arms. Man is connecting so many of these shots on the chamber. But is it enough to get more rounds on the board?
That's actually an absurd shot to be hitting. Kicks cleared out of the corner. Yeah, it's going to have a tough time here.
Really needed to find at least one there, but he couldn't. Now it's all up to Nice Hacks in a bit of a rough position. Might be able to dash away to safety, slide into the elbow. But a sharp one. RDW just looking for action everywhere. He gets that kill and instantly rotates back towards A. You can see Order. They're trying to avoid him, but he's not letting it happen.
It's everywhere. As you get the dart over the top. Dealt with RDW somehow the man to take first contact on A here, even after the play was towards B earlier on. And he might even have found the timing to do it. Just can't quite adjust onto the head. Scroll's not having problems with that, though.
2 was enough for him. And he's relying on the rest of the boys to pick up the pieces here. You got Scroll just waiting for an overextension towards the back of sight. And a big late flank coming through from Nice Hacks. I think he's got himself a weapon now, too, so... Here it is, Vandal in hand, and not quick enough on the flick, but he does have this concussion, which is going to stun them for a moment. Might have been missed, actually. Tap on the spike, and now it's going to be swinging numbers, but the bow was in hand, and Scrawl happily taken both. Again, 3 kills for him, 2 for RDW, and a huge round for Bonkers to put 11 on the board, win the Thrifty, and they need just 2 to take us all the way to a third, all the way to Icebox.
It's just another half buy that they've gotten away with there, Bonkers. I mean, you can say that it's dangerous when you got the Neon, when you got the Chamber, so many of these weapons that, you know, your ult, your Headhunter, you could just utilize to find damage with. Scrawl's been pretty consistently finding Marshall frags in these half-buy rounds, but these are really rounds that Order should not be let going by the wayside. A little bit uncharacteristic for them, to be honest. RDW pops the 2 to force again. He's going to have contact on this A push. Order has just been going A off the back of this drone every single time. The Seekers get popped as well. I'm surprised RDW hasn't gotten the opener there.
Just really just trying to catch an overextension, maybe. These walls in the way, but so is the Cloudburst. Nice Axe holds for 1 and gets that stun. But is he going to be able to find more? Trying to push and find a follow-up, but Autumn has the judge, jury, and executioner to at least demand some of that map control. Spam comes through, but it's on the wrong position this time. And Autumn, he's got a shotty in U-Haul. You don't want to be going anywhere near this man, especially with the Jet, who can just dash away at any given moment. But RDW, he's got so much sight control holding bathrooms for so long. The question is Tux going to make this flank happen, and when?
Get the dart onto site. Should reveal multiple players.
Oh.
Easy spam through the smoke there for Maple. He's done a lot of damage. Should be more than easy enough to convert this with this 2-man setup towards short, as well as towards U-Haul. The shouldering came out. There'd already been a lot of chip damage coming in there. Defuse attempted by Bonkers, but not converted. And with 2 players surviving, it's an expensive round for Order, but they're still chipping in these gun rounds. Again, they're pretty broke, and that's going to actually scrape the majority of the money out of Bonkers' bank account as well. So this is a big impact round right now. 10 to 11.
Yeah.
Bonkers win this one, they can probably just shut down the game from there. And if Order win that one, they're probably going to secure themselves OT. And even with their money getting a little bit shakier, you still got 1 off the knives for Autumn to help them out in that regard.
Let's see if anything changes. Nice Hacks. A whole lot of aggression in map number 1, and map number 2 hasn't shown too much in the second half, and it will work wonderfully. Tuck's at the ready, but he's going to lose the aim duel. Now with that drone over the top, Tick's going to be in a very rough position. Hunter Fury pretty much nails that damn coffin, and Minimize not going to be able to do a damn thing. Scroll Gonskis and Disco opening things up nicely along with that Hunter's Fury. 3 picks out towards the B side of things. And it is going to be a 2-pronged attempt at a retake. RDW already here at Hookah, and Nice Hacks as well. Going to be spotted soon. Coming in from CT, util utilized, so they know that he's in this position roughly. Yet to spot the Hookah player. I think the jump peak came through, so maybe that was spotted out. RDW seems to be running away. Nice Hacks similarly just sprinting the other direction. And after that, it's all gone pear-shaped. And they've opted to save. So Order tying up the score, 11 to 11. I was getting very worried for them, but just when they needed it, they're digging deep.
It's a big round. Again, this game really coming down to the wire, even hunting down these last guns, but can't push the issue too much. Of course, they want to take guns out of Bonkers' hands, but Order's money is not too fantastic at the tail end of this game either, so they can't afford to be throwing away a lot of rifles.
Yeah.
Here comes the pause from Bonkers. Gonna have a chat about how to proceed. These are the tough decisions and the tough situations that you put in. 11 apiece, 2-man save with shaky money across the board, 3K to work with for the majority of your other players, a couple of ults. There are so many different possibilities of how you play around like this. Do you force into it? Do you save around the 2 weapons? Do you drop the operator over and use the headhunter? You know, what combination of weapons and ults do you want to use on a round like this? It's a difficult position to be put in, especially in a big game like this. So we'll see what Bonkers come up with. As for Order,
yeah,
I think they're kind of vibing right now, you know. That round didn't start well for them. Tuck's eyes on the radar. You know, it's happened to all of us. Gets picked by the player diving deep into short, 10 seconds into the round. But Order recover nicely from that 4-on-5, and now they're really in pole position to take this game.
I think Autumn got told, if you win this game, you can leave the dungeon this week. So hopefully it's a little bit of light in that room later on. But man's playing in a very dark position. Now, we're all unpaused, and we'll see how this one plays out. What do we got? Nothing too different, although Nice Axe is looking for some action at bathrooms. Not going to be finding anyone here, though. Order, much more heavily gravitated over towards the B side of the map. Even with that Viper's wall, thrown down nice and early up A short.
Yeah, he had the force in here from Bonkers. Want to try to fight for this game. Gonna have to win these 2 gun rounds back to back, but there are a couple of upgrades on the cards. Scroll, drone up short, straight through the TP, does tag one out, and hitting a lot of players with that Hunter's Fury. Damage on at least one, and a kill onto Texter. No Astra Smokes in this round for Order. They have to rely on that Viper wall and the Orb, and as such, they're gonna start to filter back towards that A side of the map, where they at least do have some cover.
That was ridiculous. That had to be like a max range kill with the Hunter's Fury. If you're looking at the map there, it was so far off. But let's see what Order can do to try to turn the tides. They're already a man down. They don't have a lot of map control over towards this A side of things.
Yeah,
You see Nice Hacks on the short side of bathrooms.
That's exactly right. Still have bathrooms control. Order have not gone back and taken that. Drone up short, dealt with early. Still util here for Scrawl. Ticks plenty of control in towards U-Haul and the Seekers to facilitate the retake. This is a tough position for Order.
Goal number 1 is just get this spike down, but the numbers, they have fully rotated into this position. And, Spike has been put on the ground. No plant just yet with 13 seconds Order they need to fight, but there is blinds coming through everywhere. So many flashes, nothing to see here. And it's a team ace coming through from Bonkers. Everyone having their say in that little dub. And when I say little dub, that's a huge W, in fact, because Bonkers now on map point here, able to have one chance to close it out now, and Order are playing for OT.
I mean, that's the force in. They upgrade a whole bunch of those Spectres into rifles. Now they've got better weaponry than their opponents. That is massive for Bonkers. That's a huge opener for Scrawl. The drone through the TP finds all of the players. So much damage off the Hunter's Fury. And then Minimizes just beautifully pop those Seekers, spamming away the flashes, doing what he does best. Order cannot get comfortable enough to establish that spike. And even past that, there were so many more opportunities to trip up. Order now a decent buy. You get jet knives. You got 4 rifles across the board. Just one player down to the Bulldog, trying to contest this long control. Both of the initiators just exchanging utility back and forth. And Order, very trepidatious. Just chilling down the bottom of B long. They've taken some hookah control. They bait out some of the utility. Now they're going to step a little further.
RDW has been extremely sharp so far this game. He's going to fall off that line early. Post up. Over towards long instead. Look at Texas' position already on that little cutout in Garden. Could be dangerous. Nice Hack's going to be tagged up by the shock dart, but still commit to his position in bathrooms. So some advanced positioning, and Texter, he's already spotted those hips going around the corner. Minimize. He's missed that bird, but he's gone back for it anyway. Texter looked at the wall, but he will win the engagement. RDW is going to commit to getting sent vulnerable. Sharp shot from Nice Hack, because expecting Autumn up in the air. And Bonkers, with the man advantage, are looking to make this one happen. Wall up, but the snake bite's in the way. And Nice Hack knows better than that. Big flank starting to come through as well. But when is that wrap going to be committed to? At the moment, you got Tux and Maple really on the front line, trying to just buy some extra time for the huge wrap coming through. But is it going to come through in time? Because the numbers, they're going all together, looking to trade it out. Recon Bolt down on the ground. That's going to be broken quickly. And it's all a matter of time. The push is starting to come through. Maple needs to go huge now. There's the first. He's found himself. The second. 2 for Tux as well. And Order, they have fought for overtime.
That is such a clutch pit. What a round for it as well. You know, just that is the ultimate tool to be able to secure yourself a post plan, even at a man disadvantage. Just gives you so much room to play around, so many advantageous angles. You combo that with the orb. Just beautifully done, especially in a pressure round like that. You know, very difficult util to deal with. And Order going to even this game up 12 apiece. Both of these maps so far going the distance, all 24 rounds. Just very, very high level Valorant we're getting from this game right now. It's only the group stage, mate. So really delivering. Getting the op out for Autumn, though. Hasn't had too much impact in this series, but in a game where there is no Jet on the other team, there's definitely room for you to make some impact happen. Again, it looks like just this double drone approach in here from Bonkers. Trying to just kick off this B-site push.
Autumn. He's going to be hidden in that smoke for the moment, but nice hacks. He's keeping this one exciting, going straight over the top. But Order, they've seen this before. How do they adapt? It's going to be the spam through with the recon bolt, giving away that position on site. Autumn not going to be able to play for too much more this round. And now with that spike down, it's just going to be the flash out. Order, they're flooding straight from the back of site. 3 picks coming in quickly, and it's down to Tix in a 1-on-3. Reveals his position with that spam, and he's hoping to find anything. Just dodging that recon bolt. But Order, they are dotting their I's, crossing their T's, and making sure this round is 100%ed and there's no chance for him. As they take the lead back 13-12. And we'll flip sides.
Yeah. Very, very difficult position you're being put in there as Autumn, but he's still able to peg one back. Makes it a 4-on-4 before the retake comes in. And I think as you get into OT, against these double initiator styles, this is where you'd like start to need a little bit more depth, you know? Like, I feel like it's been a little bit too one-dimensional a lot of the time out of Bonkers. Like, don't get me wrong, in regulation, they've been so successful with a lot of these strats. Yeah. But double drone into certain parts of the map is exactly what you're expecting in a lot of these rounds. It's very straightforward. It's very easy to read. Love to see a little bit more depth, a couple of fakes in there, you know, you're layering in how you're utilizing this map control. Over on the defensive side, this is what I'm talking about. Completely different. Don't think we've even ever seen anyone go deep through bathrooms like that, at least not on a gun round. So RDW, a whole lot of information in there. There's the drone through in towards Hookah, but drone and dog utilized from Order to get a little bit of info, a little bit of map control, as you'd expect.
I can't wait to see how this plays out. Around the corner, Disco lays in wait. He's hit this before, but not this time. Disco feeling it on the sky for the moment. That Vandal, one-tap headshot, too damn sharp. Now it's going to be a 4v2 over towards the A side of things as the push comes through. Okay. Bounce comes around the corner. That relay bolt just zoning nicely. Decayed away, though, so a little bit worried. Falls back, gives up some extra map control just to survive.
Yeah, Order know they can just chill right now. 2-man advantage. There's the spike trying to be established right now, or rather Bonkers know they can chill. As Bonkers, only just that one player surviving.
It was that 1-for-1, but Tix has so much work to do. He had a 1v3 in the last round, which he lost, and he's got one extra player this time. Position node with the guiding light, and it's just going to be swinging. Numbers is the strong point. Order taking the W today, 2-0 in the final series for them of groups. They take Bind, they take Haven, and they have a damn good time. You can see that Tix is not having a good time there in the player cams.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's disappointing, but at the same time, like Bonkers, they would have wanted to get the W there, don't get me wrong, but at the end of the day, they got to remind themselves that that's the top team in our region right now. They pushed them all the way to 24 rounds in 2 different maps, and in the group stage, they've done quite well for themselves, so that'll be a good learning experience. That'll be a good opportunity for them to go back and review how some of those maps went, and you know, they can potentially improve on a couple of things and bring themselves even stronger into the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we get to see more of them going into the playoffs at that caliber. Like, you can see, as you mentioned, they were disappointed, but in my books, that's a huge W. Considering Order at the end of last year, they were the strongest team in the region. They're looking like they could be going into this year. They should be on paper. But when teams are getting this close to them, it's just a matter of when is that cookie going to crumble, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I think, look, that's a good effort out of the boys on Bonkers. As for Order, you could see they weren't celebrating or anything. I think, they're probably expected to win that game a lot of the time, and maybe they would want to do it a little bit more cleanly. But at the same time, it's good for these teams to be pushing them as well. It gives them an opportunity to improve. And any time that we've seen Oceania be super competitive and go overseas and do a little bit of damage, it has never been in the periods where one team is just absolutely doming the rest of the competition. It's always been in the periods where you have 3-4 strong teams that are all doing well for themselves or pushing each other. Yeah. And then the team that ends up representing our region is a strong contender, built up by that competition. So it's good to see a couple of these teams stepping up for everyone involved in the scene.
Well, I have word that we have the big man Tux on the line to have a chat to. So let's bring him into the conversation. Tux, how are you feeling after that win? Was it just, expected, or was it just taking everything in your stride?
Yeah, g'day, fellas. It was expected, obviously. It was a bit closer than we would like, but I guess the two maps, Bind and Haven in itself, can sort of play towards close and hectic games. And they played pretty well a little bit, and I think we sort of messed up a few rounds that we shouldn't have. But yeah, we're obviously expecting the 2-0.
So I noticed you're picking up the Chamber. How was that? Like bringing that into the meta on map number 1 there?
Yeah, I mean, he's a good agent. Obviously, he sort of lends to sort of killing more with his abilities, and I think having his operator as an ulti is very strong. And his trips are just really good for Haven as well, because you can have them across the map. The TPs, putting them in one of the, A link or C link, because it gives you easy rotates. So I think he's probably just the best Sentinel on that map. Maybe Cypher's still pretty good, but I think just being able to use his trips is really strong.
Very cool.
Yeah, I mean, I had a similar question around that, which was just basically I go through your VLR and things like that for your team and look at the comps you're playing on certain maps, and there's just obviously most of the stuff is from last year. So have you changed? Obviously, you had that one different agent lineup which changed on one of the maps, and you had the same one for Bind. Have you changed a whole lot of stuff? Is there stuff that you want to test in group stage, or you're hiding any pocket strats? What's your guys' kind of approach to changing around agent compositions? And is it a team-wide thing, or is it just individual guys as well? Because I've seen Disco, for example, is playing a lot different agents now, whereas he used to just play Raze. What's the deal with all the development in terms of agent comps around that?
I mean, first of all, we just pick the agents that we think are the best and suit our style the best for those maps. So that's why you see sometimes Disco swap around different maps, and he's just very good on most agents, very reliable, and can get kills no matter who he plays. And then we just sort of see what we enjoy and what we like. It's never normally as an individual saying they want to play an agent and then they just play it. It's normally we'll discuss it as a team and actually talk about it and the pros and cons of the comp that we are playing at the moment and see if it works out better. That's why we've kind of kept generally the same compositions, except a few agent swaps KO and Chamber and stuff like that. Yeah, but cool. And also, sorry, when I think for us, we're just focused on playing fundamental good Valorant. Pocket strats, we have a few here and there, but it's not really something that we focus our game on, or something that we focus on thinking we need to use those to get the wins.
Yep. Sweet.
Very cool. Now, I've got one last question before we wrap up the interview, and it's how much does it mean that you guys may get that chance to go over to APAC as long as you do well in the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, it's the only thing we care about, to be honest. So I guess it means everything for us. It's waiting to play international Valorant for a very long time to show what we can do overseas, and we just hope to get there, get a good boot camp in, presuming we win this. But teams can play some good Valorant on their day, and anything can happen. So yeah, we'll see. We are very excited for it, though.
Well, hopefully you can reach that light at the end of the tunnel that you've been waiting for a while. But congratulations on the win today, Tux, and we'll talk to you later on. So that was a nice little chat with Tux. It was good. We finally got to chat with some of the players. But of course, we've got a second match to get to, rather. And that's going to be coming up just after the break. So don't go too far. It'll be back just after this. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back for game number 2 of the evening. And it's going to be a banger. On paper, it's going to be a banger because I see a whole bunch of names that were very strong in the region last year and going into this one. There's been a bit of a change up. This is one of those teams where you said some of those wildcard players have joined recently, right, Mitch?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, I think you've got a couple of those boys going to different rosters. I think, look, this one of these rosters in Meow Meow is a pretty interesting mixed team of players, which a lot of them played on some top teams last year. So although then maybe not doing as well as expected in their group, it is only the group stage. And even if they don't necessarily have a fantastic seed heading in towards playoffs, they're still a team that can always do damage and can probably beat anybody on their day.
Yeah, especially you've seen them play. You know that they're just those. There's a lot of players in this lineup that are just absolute nuisances. They can just get into nooks and crannies, somehow get in behind enemy lines. So let's have a look at the lineup. You guys know them. You guys love them. It is Meow Meow, the world-renowned team. Clutchy, Andy, Rackham, Norson, and Jungle Wow, all very strong players individually. And when you put them into a team, well, wonderful things can happen.
Yeah, I mean, so Clutchy is obviously, as you can see from his little logo in the bottom right there, was on the Chiefs team last year, which qualified to go to NA. Then you got Andy, who was kicking around a couple of different teams last year. Rackham, somebody who's more so unfamiliar with from Counter-Strike, mostly. I'm sure you're probably the same, Mac. I haven't seen him play too much Valorant. And then Norson's obviously was a bit of a standout on Mindfreak. I think he was kind of the best player on Mindfreak when they had a period of being competitive top 3. Him and Lakers were kind of the standouts. And then Jungle's obviously from the Bliss core that did quite well last year. So a lot of good players on that lineup.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on Rackham. I know that he's a very strong fragger, very strong individually. I just haven't seen him play in a team environment for a while since the Counter-Strike days. I think he has played in a couple here in Valorant, but I just haven't actually gotten the chance to see what he's capable of. So really looking to be surprised today. Now, of course, we do have to talk about Mindfreak as well, because they didn't reach our standards for their first couple of games, but they are very strong. You know, speaking of strong, you got Ronsky right in the middle there. This man was going to turn heads internationally, but unfortunately he didn't get the chance. Was it Ronsky that got on the plane too early, or like was in the plane before things went crazy last year?
I can't remember the exact order of events, but yeah, I know that there was quite a few players who were ready to go overseas, maybe even were on flights or on trains going to the airport, and then things went awry. Look, I don't think it's anything we should really talk about too much or relive because, you know, it is what it is. It's a new year. We're going to be sending some of the boys over this year, and would it be too bad to send Ronsky over? He would definitely be a player who would represent Australia well with that haircut.
Yeah, pointing it out again. And what, of course, calling up a storm for them, Soju. I know that he's bringing in a lot of experience from previous games, previous titles, but I'm still waiting to see what he's very capable of here. He had an okay day at the office last week, but I'm still looking to be impressed because I know what he is capable of, and I haven't seen him hit his stride here for Valorant just yet.
Yeah, I think, look, you got a couple of players, like, if we were maybe like 6 months into Valorant and we had a couple of CS players coming over, I'd be like, yes, this is going to be the best team. But now we're like
Yeah.
2 years deep into Valorant's life cycle.
Yeah.
Some of these guys still have some adapting to do and some learning to do because, this game has been developing for a while. So we'll see how long it takes Mindfreak to turn around, get back on their horse. I would say that first game, maybe it was just a bad day at the office, but this is going to be a team that will test them a little.
100%. We'll see if it works out, but they are all slowly getting in the server. And the good thing is we do have the vetoes ready. So let's have a look at which maps we're going to be jumping into for series number 2 of the day. So no fraction, no bind. Split to kick things off, which is a great change of scenery. I feel like teams don't play enough split these days. Breeze, of course, we've seen a lot of that recently. And Haven to round things out. So I'm very, very excited of Meow Meow's pick of split.
Yeah, for sure. It's obviously been the map that I feel like it's just been shoved to the side of the pool. No one's really interested in playing it too much. So I really like that approach to the veto. I don't know how much prac, Meow Meow has put in or anything. I wouldn't be backing them to be a team that's like pracking super hard or anything or trying to like abuse the map pool in any crazy way. But, in theory, these are the kind of picks that I want to be seeing out of teams that are, looking to try to cause upsets, looking to try to potentially, abuse the map pool a little bit. So good to see Split coming in there. And then you got Breeze. I feel like we got a couple of good changes of scenery in there. Haven will be another, return to what we saw in that last series, but it'll be a good little decider for both of these teams. So I'm really keen to kick off this series. I think it's going to be a good, barometer, a good measure of where both of these teams are at, which is exactly what all these group stages are all about. You had Mindfreak. They had a shaky start to the groups. There's the question marks for them. You have Meow Meow. They're a newer sort of amalgamation of players who have good experience. There's the question marks around them. And we get to see here in the server who's going to be actually, putting the other team to the sword and getting themselves a slightly better seed in the group.
I feel like there's questions around not only every team, but even just like the maps, the fact that we've got like new agents in store. We're finally seeing some chamber play, finally seeing some neon. Now that she's able to be played. But then also, apparently a few of these teams are really playing Fracture as well. So keen to see what teams have on that map once I get to cast it, but still yet to break my Fracture virginity, I guess, because it just hasn't been played. It's just never played. Either way, we're not quite ready to jump on into game, so we are going to go to a short break. Hopefully the game will be ready just after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Match number 2 about to go live. Of course, I'm joined by the wonderful, the beautiful, the majestic, the now cleaned up Pilski, who went to the toilet and made sure his face was wet and then dry and then beautiful.
Yeah, that's what the breaks are all about. You know,
Yeah.
we are the ones who start the game. So sometimes we just hold things up for a little bit to where we're good and ready. We are good and ready, at least as far as I'm concerned. Are you okay, Mac? You ready to go?
Me, I'm never okay, but I'm good to go. Where are we going?
I don't know. I think a little map that I haven't been to for a little while.
Yeah.
I think it's Split. You know, it's a couple of screens in there. Looks like some kind of futuristic train station, which means maybe that's the reason why we're a little bit delayed, because you know, if
Very
Sydney
true.
trains or anything to go by, we probably never end up anywhere on time.
Don't start me. Thank God for the pandemic, because I haven't had to go on a train for years. Now, look, jumping on into it, Mind Freak up against Meow Meow. What are we going to see from both teams? I'm not seeing too many new agents hovered. Soju, think about Chamber, though. So that could be spicy. Bit of Chamber on Split.
Yeah, seen a bit of Chamber on a lot of maps. That would be a double Sentinel setup as well. Or, I mean, I guess, yeah, Sage is a Sentinel as well. I don't even think of her too much as a Sentinel, but I guess Chamber breaks a lot of those rules as well. So, an interesting lineup for Mind Freak. Should have a pretty strong defensive side. It's going to be a little bit harder for them to take some of that map control more reliably, but you could say the same thing about Meow's comp. You know, they aren't running like a triple Sentinel or anything like that. You're going to have Rackham on the Reyna. He's going to be able to be a little bit more aggressive, Breach to flash a lot of these angles. So it'll be an interesting matchup between both of these teams for sure. I think if you're looking at Meow Meow, they obviously have a little bit more of that flash potential. They could be a little bit more mobile. They can potentially deal with an op a little bit easier than the MF boys can. And as for Mind Freak, I mean, they got a lot of this defensive capability. This lineup looks scary, and they're kicking things off on the defense.
Yeah, I wonder if Mind Freak have done much work on Split, because of course they're like a new team. It's not their pick. It is Meow Meow picking into this one. So we'll see if things get dicey or if they are well structured. And I guess we'll see once we do load in. But for the moment, Split, it's one of those maps where things can get hectic. There's a higher priority on that mid control for the most part, but then, you know, those rotations are pretty long as well. So if you do just go for a bust out one side or the other, then the other team's like instantly forced to go for the retake. So it's just about holding map control, holding CT control, and positioning yourself to get that dub.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Should be an interesting game. I'm going to kind of reserve expectations, but I have to say, you know, you're looking at a team like Mind Freak, you'd want to see them win a game like this reasonably convincingly. I think against a team like Meow Meow, they are obviously, this is a quality lineup. There is a lot of players that can give Mind Freak problems in this series here, but yeah, you know, early in the group stage, you want to see Mind Freak after that initial game in the groups versus Krimis pick up the pieces a little bit, show us something a bit more convincing. The early wall over towards the A side of the map, completely not respected by Meow Meow, and he is all the way up in towards heaven, spotted out by the Chamber util though.
Yeah, he's straight up here for a good time and creating a bit of space. More than enough even. Wall down, and Sicko a little bit worried about what's going on here. He could get pincered in a matter of moments. Watt still going to be able to fight here with the classic. Player at elbow goes down, so Watt last alive on site, and he's looking to get some more damage done. Headshot found, Spike on the ground, and Watt still just dancing here, able to get that heal off, enough so that he can maybe tank another bullet or so. But it's all down to Rackham now. Man's got the ghost in hand.
Yeah, overheal. Starting to run out for him. He can win one of these duels. He can again overheal, but a lot of these angles against the classic, very difficult to deal with. The burst potential, as well as the double swing coming into Mind Freak, should just seal it. The jumping classic, it's literally a classic in Valorant, even 2 years in. It's been nerfed, by the way. Can't do that anymore. And that's going to be Mind Freak picking up the pistol pretty nicely, pretty convincingly. I didn't mind the approach from Meow Meow. It was a little loose, but it was cute, right? Deep into heaven, they get the wall off, try to kick off that CT split, but could never get rid of Watt on the site.
Watt really coming in clutch there. And Rackham, unfortunately, just had too many targets to shoot there. Couldn't pick one at the end, and it was just a little overwhelming. Now moving into round number 2, Ronski. There's a ghost here at mid, but he is going to be smoked off instantly. Fault line comes through as well, just to deal with anyone in mail. And MF, oh, spot some info. Soju, however, not going to be able to fight too well, but Ronsky finds 3 extremely fast kills, all off the back of the Ghost. Norson falls, and it's all down to your boy Andy, who's managed to thread the needle already here in CT, and the defenders have absolutely no idea that he is in this position. He should be able to find at least one freebie here with the shorty. Maybe an upgrade. No, close range. Just couldn't get enough pellets into the chest of Tensai. There it is, 2 on the board. Nice and early for MF.
It's big for Ronsky, though. Already one off the knives. He's actually just going to pick up the operator already. And look, that's someone where it's not like he played badly up against Krimis, but considering his form last year, this is someone that is the biggest tool for any team he's a part of. He is a hard carry player. You know, I would say there was more dimension to that Chiefs team than just Ronsky, but he was a big reason why they were able to qual to that overseas tournament. So if he's going to pick up some form here, it's going to be dangerous to deal with. Meow Meow again. 5-man over towards the safe side of the map. Wall kicks off for what? Instantly broken by a couple of players. So some info there. Can get a float across on the rotation from Tensai already. Ronsky, a lot of information in middle.
And then just straight out of the smoke, the bust. And I'm loving Meow Meow's ability just to go in together. However, it hasn't been as successful as they probably have wanted. Norson able to get that trade through onto Wadded Elbow. And Ronsky now still here to play. Has that operator in hand. He just needs to try to find a line. Find an entry route back in. The other 2 players grouping up over towards screens and just dealing with that ice wall early. Norson close range. Reveals his position with Elbow. It's that 2-man setup, but that's going to be forced back into sight. So we'll see if the collapse comes at any given moment. Offline from Jungleware, able to find that 1 tap over the top, and the second onto Sicko. It's down to Ronsky, but the man puts high priority on this operator. So he is just going to be running for his life.
Yeah, and this is what makes this Meow Meow team quite scary and a little bit more well-rounded than just your standard mixed team. You've got Rackham, I mean, he's been pretty aggressive on the Reyna already. Andy's pretty much just been hard entry on the Jet. But you got players like Norson and Jungle Wow. You put them in an XVX, you put them in a site, you know, clutch kind of situation. And that's what these guys are known for, you know. Very, very difficult to retake up against some of these lads. So look, nice round up against somewhat of a bonus out of Mindfreak. Ronsky saves over the operator yet again, but now here's the real gun round. A couple of sets of light armor on both sides, actually, so a couple of weaker players in that regard. But nice gun round already under their belts on Meow Meow.
Ronsky has the weapon that can change everything. But for now, he's just going to fall away. It's smoke too much for him to want to deal with. And the heavy, heavy stack towards the B side of things. Full reliance coming through on Tensai, who's solo on the A side of things. But at the same time, Ronsky's already rotated back over.
Circle jump. Spots out Norson lurking through A. Ronsky well aware that that player probably crossed towards ramp side. He's just going to change up his angle when Norson instantly 1Bs him and gets some heaven control. Slow deep into CT, followed up by the wall. It's all just Tensai on the side here, Mac.
Yeah, just running it back. And Tensai has no turret to play around. Gravity Well as well is so annoying to shoot in, to stand in. So Rackham picks him up, scot-free. Now with the 2-man disadvantage, you're looking at Mindfreak thinking, well, are they just opting to save yet? Really just hoping for an overextension to punish, but that's not coming out. Meow Meow, they're going to be happy with a second round with 5 alive. And I'm seeing a very quick rotation through T-Spawn from Sicko, so... Okay, now he's just looking to save. I thought he might have been opting to go for some of those exits, but he's got some control at market. And it should just be a second on the board for Meow Meow.
Yeah. And look, this follow-up buy for Mindfreak, it's not going to be terrible. The 3 guns saved over. Ronsky, he has the knives, which he can pull. And then Tensai, look, he might have to go down to a bit more of a lackluster weapon, but it's still going to be a reasonably well-rounded buy. On the other hand, though, Meow Meow, I mean, not only have they taken that second gun round in a row, they pick up the operator off of Ronsky. And they win it convincingly. That's really going to cement their economy going forward here. And attack side of Split, this is kind of the dream. On these more sort of defensive side of maps, at least traditionally, if you can get in this position economically on the attacking side, you are absolutely beaming, because you can now start to hard reset the defense. You win some of these critical rounds. You're getting 2 rounds at a time, and it can make those attack halves look so much more convincing than they should be sometimes.
Let's see if they convince us this round. But for now, Andy's just playing on the offline, watching for a jump peek there at the vent. But it's probably not going to happen because Ronski's made his way back towards A. Male defense over towards Heaven there. And Soju offline, dangerous position. He's really backing himself. He has that TP away. Rendezvous saves him, and he's got that first blood too. So big play coming through, and some very big damage coming out of the clutchy.
Yeah, this push is really just going nowhere fast, and without any map control to speak of, there is no plan B here for Meow Meow. You got Tensai already all the way through A. Norson hasn't seen a single soul in middle, so it's one-dimensional push onto B. You're going to have some sharp entries from some of the boys to get Meow Meow out of this situation.
In they come, but Ronski is going to be jumping up with the Blade Storm, able to find at least one, and it's just Andy that remains. So big defense over towards the B site, and that big flank coming through as well. Andy's got his knife out. He's got absolutely no idea that this flank's come through. And Tensai finds himself an operator. So big money transfer coming through there. Just that Spectre upgraded to the operator, handed over to Ronski, who just took Blades into the round. And Mindfreak couldn't be asking for too much more.
No, 100%. Like, it's a very, very important round for them to be winning. No doubt about it, 100%. They were pretty broke heading into that round. They lose that one, especially if it's like 3+ players surviving for Meow Meow, then they're going to start to streak ahead on that attacking side. They can continue just pressuring the defense side economy. So that's a massive round for Mindfreak to win, because they're going to start to be able to recover economically. They get that operator back in the hand of Ronski, and all of a sudden they can keep this half competitive rather than just living paycheck to paycheck, getting their money broken. Round after round, talking about some of these gun rounds, some of these big impact gun rounds where the money gets reset. They're now actually able to stabilize, and they can keep fighting for this half, keep trying to get this dream defensive half that you want on Split.
Well, we'll see how it all goes. Just quickly getting past a tech issue before we jump on back into the game. But everyone's getting set up. Tensai just dropping a huge amount of util as expected from a Killjoy towards the A side of things. And again, Soju, that was a very good opening from the previous round, able just to have some solid crosshair placement, tap that head, and of course use the Rendezvous to escape scot-free. So no trade potential. And that hit towards B just shut down before it really turned into anything.
Yeah, so on this attacking side for Meow Meow, I'm keen to see like what change-ups they have, because so far it's been just kind of hard 1-4s, not too much mid-control to speak of, really.
Yeah.
They're not looking super organized. Ronski on this deep line towards A main. Not going to allow anyone to be crossing, at least not without a bit of util expended. Stun on the line, doesn't catch him. There's the Nebula from the attacking side, just to allow some of those players to cross Tensai. Has that turret in Heaven for safety. That will give him contact on one of these players trying to take this A Heaven control.
Well, in comes the flash. Rackham has one of his own, but he's not going to be able to deal with the turret in time. Tensai swings off the contact of it. And it's more than enough to open things up, but that res comes through. So we're straight back to a 5-on-5 scenario. Rainer as well getting res. Doesn't need the armor, can just get that overheal off if any picks come through. Speaking of picks, it's Soju down over towards the B side of things, which again draws out these rotations. Rackham just causing chaos over towards A. And who bloody knows where this spike's going to go?
Yeah, I mean, Jungle got that pick on the B main push. The flash through was massive from Clutchy to set up Rackham for that kill in towards defensive spawn, and there's just unlimited options for Meow Meow right now, but a couple of snags they could trip up on. What in particular? This position could really dismantle this round if he plays it correctly.
Oh, and Andy overzealous there with his knife out. Full faith in his teammate that the site was fully clear. And now they don't know he's here either, so what's going to fall? And just like that, it's down to Ronsky, the man who saved so many rounds for Chiefs last year. But he's here for Mind Freak, and he's not expecting Clutchy. So advanced up in the corner. But there you have it. So, a couple of people getting caught with their pants down that round. But either way, it's Meow Meow that take the round and keep it even at 3 apiece.
Yeah. So, big round. Just keep the pressure on for Meow Meow. Cannot believe I have to say that so much. Like,
Double
so
M.
much.
Just
This
give
is
him a
only the
nickname.
group stage.
Give him a nickname.
Like, there have been stupider names. Like, this is definitely not the depths of stupid names, but this is pretty close.
Well, let's see if Ronsky's going to be able to find himself a timing. Okay. Didn't even need to. Smoke faded away, and there you have it over the top. He's found himself a second as well, and again, just looking to continue pushing the point.
Yeah. I mean, this is classic Ronsky. This is
Exactly.
usually most players. I'm like, don't repeat that. Like, that's not correct. For Ronsky, I'm like, yeah. He kind of challenges what I view as like playing correctly in a tactical FPS.
Could also be the secret to his success, you know, just going for those repeats, not expected by the enemy, and he's gonna be able to find another. Blinded himself there, Clutchy couldn't see a thing, but Ronsky not missing the mark on those 3 easy peasy operator kills, and the man has single-handedly pretty much put that round in his pocket.
Yeah, and that's a Ronsky round, and this is why he's such an impactful player in our scene, and these hard carry jet players in general are so impactful because you don't like always think about the economic impact of a round like that for Ronsky. He gets a 3K, it's an easy shutdown, and now their money is excellent. Like, he's just bought them an extra gun round on Mind Freak. Now he's in pole position. Be able to try to get the first pick. Beautiful crosshair placement, and there are still 2 players here for Mind Freak. They can shut down this B push.
Whoa, cops that fault line, and off the back of it as well, all of this Sage util, the slow orb, as well as the wall, the barrier orb, just putting a complete stop to Double M and their push.
Yeah. Double M, I like it, Mac.
Here we go.
I rate that, to be honest. Double M, honestly, looking a little bit too one-dimensional again. Just, it's been main or nothing. No contingency plan, no lurk over towards middle, and they're down to 2 players.
I think I could hear Andy just screaming out, "Trade!" through the player comms there, but didn't happen. And it's just some calculated aggression coming through from Mind Freak as well. Tensai going to be spotted there, but Ronsky misses a shot. You don't say that too often. Tensai able to go for the trade at least. Clutchy sent to the graveyard, sent to the Nether Realms, and Jungle Wow will follow him as well. Watt swinging off of the contact, and that's going to be 5 on the board. Team Ace coming through. Everyone putting their hand in the bowl.
Yeah, nice. Mind Freak really recovering. That was definitely a scary position in there a couple of rounds ago, but get that big impact round out of Ronsky, early pick in that last gun round, and then a nice util to follow it up from these Mind Freak boys. And if you run into a brick wall against this comp that Mind Freak's running right now, you're going nowhere fast. Astra util, you got the Sage, you got the Killjoy setups for safety as well. It's very, very hard to break this. You got to spend a lot of time baiting out utility. And really, that usually tends itself to a bit more of a slower style, but that's just not what we're seeing from Meow Meow at all. They are just absolutely hammering, 5-manning everywhere, death ball straight into the B site yet again, given that it is the half bite.
Yeah, Soju uses his get out of jail free card and TP's back to the safety of CT, as we do see MF happy just to look to play for the retake here. But as I say that, you know, the spike didn't go down initially, locked down to play around. And MF, it should be their round in the bag, but we'll see what Double M is going to be able to do here on the post plant. Okay,
Oh, it didn't kill it.
Not destroyed, no.
Nope.
So
It was a
in
deeper one.
comes fault line. You can see that MF were ready for that being a situation. Ronsky over the top, and they're able to find one as his classics to play through, but it's going to be what to find the double. Tensai chimes in with a single of his own. And the smoke enough to secure the round. Ronsky snagging one away at the end onto Andy. And it's 6-3. MF now doubling the rounds that have been found from Double M.
Yeah, fortunately, couldn't quite destroy the lockdown and really relying on that that breach plate. but couldn't quite get it done. So Mindfreak, another very convincing round. 5 players surviving, and now their economy is kind of out of control. This is where this half becomes so much harder to fight for if you're Meow Meow, and your objective goes from where we were at like 5 rounds ago to like, oh, they can just win this half out, to now they have to struggle through every round against a fully bought up Mindfreak team who just has gun rounds on gun rounds available to them. Again, this death ball style being employed right now from Meow Meow straight into the A site off the back of that breach ult.
Ronsky in trouble with that rolling thunder coming through, but the Cloudburst enough to save him. Playing a dangerous game close range there with the operator, but it is going to be trades favoring MF. Only 1 pick found. And look, it was a clean round, all things considered. So investment from that rolling thunder was not enough to take the site because the rotations came through thick and fast from Mindfreak. Now, something that I did just notice, a little bit of info, players in chat were saying, like, what's going on? Why'd that lockdown not get broken? Apparently, the aftershock was just on top of it. So it was in the right spot. It was just a little high.
Unlucky.
Yeah, unlucky.
In for the half buy again from Meow Meow. This one-dimensional approach really not doing them any favors. You can see Mindfreak are just hard rotating wherever they make initial contact. Ronsky's deep on that A line, so full info over there as you get the Sage Wall in towards Heaven's side. Mindfreak just double swinging into the pistols, having no issues at all. Tensai can make contact through. But Andy, he's hit a couple of blinders in middle. That's a couple of rifles going over to the side of Meow Meow, who have mid control. But now have got to work on trying to turn this into a round.
He's definitely sharp when he has those opportunities to strike back. But we'll see if that can continue. For now we're in this 4v4 situation. There's full ropes control coming through from Double M. A couple of stars going to be placed around the location. But look how deep Vronsky is. He's all the way there in A main and may not be cleared, especially with Sicko's positioning here on site. That's going to be heard, and just with the Phantom, he's got a few more bullets in the mag to play with, and it's not enough to get more than the single. The trade is coming through from Vronsky, who's going to try to stop the cross to site. Norson needs to hit a sharp one to make it happen, and he's going to find 2 looking back up at Heaven. He might just be on for a W, taps it, and tries to bait out this rotation. Head spotted. Oh, but Vronsky that little bit sharper and saves the day again. 8 on the board to MM's 3.
I mean, Norton, another one of these players who playing for that wildcard core and has now found himself in a different team after their disappointing run in the open qual. You can see the potential of him. Put in that clutch scenario, very, very sharp aiming on the Vandal there. He had the res available. I think there was a body over towards CT side there, so he could have done some kind of a body bait if he wanted to. But instead, we'll be taking it over into the next round. Not terrible. So we've got the Cosmic now for jungle, as well as the res ready to go. Double op setup off the back of the chamber ult. We talked about this earlier, and again, oh, I could have sworn that Soju was going to be able to get that shot off, but that's beautiful pre-fire out of Andy.
Really sharp couple of shots coming through from him individually. See if it's enough to get one on the board for MM. Rackham, he's just going to keep going forward. Find Sicko. What falls? Andy dishing out big damage this round. He's got that Blade Storm to play around too. So we'll see if it's going to net yet another over the top there. Ronsky going to be spotted. Bit of jet-on-jet action. Rackham coming in on the lower side of things to pick up that kill. And it's a flawless round found by Double M in the final round of the half. 8-4, though. Is that going to be enough of a round gap for MF going into the second half?
Yeah, I think so. I think, like, already you're seeing that they're playing a little bit more of a solid game than MMR. They're just kind of playing a little bit looser when they find opening picks, when you get one of the individuals firing up and hitting a couple of good shots. That's where the rounds are getting a little bit more competitive, but it kind of feels like the overall structure and the cohesiveness and the chemistry and the team play isn't there for MM, so they really require it, whereas Mindfreak, they've got a whole lot more going on behind that. And now they're moving on to their attacking side here. We'll see what they've got. Obviously, MM have a less competitive team on the defensive side. They're going to rely, again, a little bit more on that firepower. They don't have that triple sentinel setup or anything like that. They're going to rely a lot more on individuals fragging out, the breach plays, and things like that.
See, Rackham at long range here. Has the Sheriff. Almost bites off more than he can chew, but he's able to keep on fighting. Bink for bink, but Clutchy able to turn it into 2. It's going to be Ronsky out of the round. So Soju picks up the rendezvous. Looks to let it reset and tries to get to a different position here, but he's got to wait for that time to tick down. Andy low and Sicko on the offline. Maybe able to find this one for free, but where's the focus? It's over towards sight for now. Rackham able to trade, and he gets that overheal off too. So is this going to be enough to make the retake happen? Soju with the spam finds ahead, and it brings us down to a 3-on-2. Tensai and Watt chiming in, and it's all down to Norson, but he's down to his knees, down to the grave. 9-4. MF take the second pistol and turn it into a 5-round lead.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Just keeping things very, very solid on that post plant. Good crossfires. Nice little offline from Sicko on the Astra in the lurk position. Exactly what you want to be seeing. Now for MM, it seems like they're investing a fair bit in this round, going down to Sheriff half armor, which is really going to limit the potential of that next round. So really going to require them getting a fair bit of damage done in this one.
Slower approach this time. And off the back of the fault line, it's the 3-man swing at mid. Meow Meow really going all in with that one. And now just repositioning, sending it back to B instead, but they've given up a huge amount of map control here. And MF, they are timing this one perfectly. No eyes on mid, and Clutchy turns around. He does find a ghost in the face. That's Ronsky, who's dashed across. Took a bit of damage for it. He's just making his way in, tapping away, and things going from bad to worse now for Double M on site. Norson not initially spotted, but he will be traded through. And Ronsky, he's looking to work up that Blade Storm nice and early in the half.
Just on Rackham. Again, another one of these players that's invested in the Sheriffs, and the aim a little bit too sloppy. 4K from Ronsky. You're talking about the knives. 5 out of 7 right now. So pretty close to them. And a lot of those Spectres being picked up towards the tail end of the round is going to have less economic damage. Wow. Straight into first gun round. Investment in the operator kicked off immediately. And he is close to his knives. We were talking about his eco bashing a little bit. So can potentially make that kind of investment early on.
Yeah.
Obviously, the double-edged sword part of it is that he hands that over to Meow Meow. He's not going to be happy about it because they don't really have the economy for an op just yet. But it does seem like this play is very much centered around Ronsky's op. He's holding that B line to establish the control early on. They're going to set up their set play in the meanwhile. Tensai over here, hearing a lot of noise, seeing this A main control.
Just waiting for the aggression to come through. It's been pinged, so he seems to be aware of something. He's heard these footsteps coming around, so rotation away. Tensai, he's going to call the rest of the troops back.
Yeah, didn't get that pick on the site jump. So going to start heading back towards A. Mindfreak really respecting that MM are going to play around the fact that they have that A main control. So they know if they can group up, they find that pick on the opening player, then they're going to have the space to be able to get through the site before those rotations can come in through ropes and spawn. Do have this B stack out from Double M. Rackham on the offline. This could be a pretty easy opener for him, and then he just dismisses out. There you go.
Mate, you've read it like a book. And he is still alive here. 30 seconds to try to buy for the rest of the boys to rotate in. That slow orb is placed in a perfect position. Rackham playing a dangerous game. If he swings this, but he'll just hold the line to under heaven, and there's going to be Clutchy coming out. It's a 1-for-1. Rackham in from elbow, finds himself the triple. He works up that ult, and he'll really put a solid defense on the board for the A side of things and around as well for Meow Meow.
Yeah, that's all Rackham. The Rainer really showing its value there. The dismiss makes that look so easy. The second kill on the offline, and then Clutchy swinging from heaven off that contact. Honestly, perfect. Playing off of each other very, very well, just ping-ponging off the contact. And like I said, issue with buying up an op in that round, it's a double-edged sword of it. You lose that op. Andy's picked that op up immediately. Wouldn't have had the money for it otherwise. So Ronsky back down to the Blade Storm as the rest of the buy comes in. Now Mindfreak bit more of a standard kind of setup. A 1-3-1. Going to start contesting this mid control and try to work towards ropes in heaven.
Waiting for that smoke to fade. Aftershock forces Ronsky off, and he's going to cop 2 tags from it. Almost costs him his life. And with that, it's just the full fallback. Looking to heal up with the heal orb. And Andy, he's playing on an offline. Barely misses Ronsky there. I think it's shot under his armpit. Second opportunity, it's going to be a knife attempt from Ronsky. He's just unable to commit either. But they do fight for that B main control and deny a whole lot of info from Meow Meow.
Yeah, that's a big win. Tensai as well. Started to gather some info over towards a clutchy here with Rackham. Could work really well in tandem. Moronsky really keen to take that operator back, but not going to be allowed to. Punished by Andy. Sicko gets the pick in middle on Norson. Trying to find some info towards middle from Heaven's side. Andy's over there now, and he's actually going to punish.
Oh. Not able to get more than just that one, though. So, numbers have been thinned. And MF, they've still got Tensai always on the lurk, always just in the back of the heads of Meow Meow. This man being such a nuisance. Jungle misses the initial shot, so there was the chance, but again, the time is against MF. And now Tensai is too far away to have that impact. Maybe pick up a kill, 3 seconds, but the last man just needs to hide, and Rackham does so successfully, picking up the kill after the timer hits 0-2. So a little bit of an extra bonus and another round. So big rounds coming through from Rackham, doing what he needs to do. Maybe a misplay from MF, not fully clearing the site before they committed to the plant. But that being said, you know, capitalized perfectly by Double M.
Yeah, Jungle's won a handful of rounds, both attack and defense, just off his positioning alone. Obviously a player known for it, playing those Astra roles, just being on that perma-lurk last year. Mind Freak now, taking a save. Money's still a little bit squishy there. Could be broken quite easily. So kills are everything right now for Mind Freak, who are contesting. With obviously the Headhunter as well as a couple of Sheriffs being invested in. Ronsky on the Marshal is always one to keep an eye on as well.
This man makes magic happen with that weapon.
Every weapon, dude.
That's
true.
true.
Like there's been a Ronsky highlight with every weapon. He's like completing he's trying to complete the game, essentially.
100%.
That'd be a cool
VALORANT
frag
speedrun.
One highlight with every gun.
Yeah, I think he could do it. I'd back him. Now, do you back Rackham, though? He's got the info. Missed opportunity of a kill, and it's just these pistols here. Norson has a slow ob to play around, but again, there's going to be a gravity well used just to force him out of position.
Uh-oh.
Jungle wow, awkward for him. Norson able to pull out that Vandal just in time, able to wrap around and find himself a 3K from that position. Rolling Thunder is going to do a huge amount of damage and force him off of the line. Andy now trying to figure out how he can get back into the round. But I don't know if that's even an opportunity. You've got the updraft, the tailwind, and the full hunt coming through. But Ronsky commits to it. Andy gets away to safety. But the lockdown, of course, zones him away. Puts him back to square one. He gives out a whole lot of control to MF up towards Heaven. Andy, it looks like he's just committing to the save here.
Yeah, that was just an Inco. Like, very little invested in there from Mind Freak, and they find the right timings and they win that round. And I feel like, you know, I've got a window in front of me, Mac. There's a metaphor for what literally just happened to Double M just there, which is it just started absolutely pouring, and I've seen some poor lady running home very quickly. She's getting absolutely soaked. Pretty much what happened to Meow Meow.
Is that Meow Meow? They're the wet cat?
Pretty much. They are not happy right now. Their money was already quite shaky.
Yeah.
They've got like, what, 2.2 on Clutchy, 3.2 Norson, Andy saved the operator, 1 off knives. Like, that is not happy times. Especially when you're staring down the barrel of 11-6. You save, you give your opponent's map point. If you buy and you lose, then you lose the game. So, just bad, man.
I was loving the enthusiasm from Meow Meow in that first half, though. Like, some of their hits were really nice. They had some good coordination, but then unfortunately to just fall flat sort of halfway through the strategy where MF would just be there and then just have great retakes, great little strategies, little nooks and crannies to use. But that's a thought for another time because you got Jungle Wow. I don't think he actually spotted Ronsky going all the way out to sight, but there it is. Okay, headshots found. No more than the double, but that's more than enough to buy some time for the rest of the boys to rotate in and maybe cause a bit of a thrifty round of their own. Andy, he's got these knives, but he's whiffed that opportunity. Now he's just got the classic to play with, jumping back up the safety, hoping he can play behind one of his teammates, baiting them, reusing whatever weapon is there. Cosmic Divide even going to be used here by MF just to try to 100% the round.
Soju deep in spawn. That is not what you wanted to see for Tensai. Trying to movement his way around the site. Soju I anticipate some of these players popping through the Cosmic, but he gets traded out by Clutchy, who just drop bears him with the Operator. Sicko could complete this 1-on-2, and he's just being given 1v1s right now. He's won all of them. Crosshair trained at headshot position. Clutchy going around the pillar, anticipated beautifully, down on 1 HP now.
Chipped so low, but he is going to be able to win it on 28 HP. Great attempt from Sicko. The ex-teammates having a fun time there, but Clutchy wins it on the retake. You have to give props to him. Who drops off of the rafters through a Cosmic Divide to go off the contact of his teammate? Like, that was ridiculous, the fact that he hit that shot and also just won the round. So, big plays coming through from him to get another on the board and buy a bit of breathing room for Meow Meow.
Dude, today's cursed. All these teams just losing to half buys.
Yeah.
That's a half buy back from Meow Meow. Now some pressure on the money of Mind Freak, a little bit more. Nothing crazy. Soju's obviously going to bail them out a little bit in that regard. Doesn't need to buy a primary weapon. He's going to go on the 2 of the 4. So it's actually a double op on the attacking side here for Mind Freak.
Ooh. So many shots like that where they're missing by like pixels, man.
Soju posted up on that B main line, has gotten some control over there. He's going to try and pick the player on the jump spot, but Jungle Wow is actually in a different position this time. He'll play the off angle. Meanwhile, Ronsky trying to pick the player in heaven on the jump spot, but Wall gets utilized by Norson. So
Jungle Wow on the
not
short
going to be
side.
given those opportunities, Mac.
I feel like, you know, when you see the Chamber on the short side, he's got that get out of jail free card, but with an Astra, you just have to full commit and really back yourself, really back your aim. He's at least got the smoke to play around, but look at that info. Spots the slow orb and then his 2 weapons firing through it. And that's going to start to trigger these rotations, but Ronsky's positioning is very good here. However, Operator through heaven. If anyone can do it, it's this man. I'm going to spot 1, and there you have it. Impact found Soju, going to be able to tour de force his way through. As Norson still on the back of sight. Missed opportunity from Ronsky. Had to go with the downwards awkward flick. Norson finds 1, but Sicko close to trade, and we're in a 2v2 for the post play.
Spike planted.
Yeah, again, Clutchy on the Operator, on the breach. Looking to go huge. He's got a flash to potentially send Rackham out, so they can layer these eyes and the breach flashes to be able to create space enough to get back into the site. It's going to blind Soju, who really wants to try to find an angle onto one of these players with his chamber roll.
Ooh, aftershocks there, but he has to put his eyes on the right prize. Not able to connect this time. It's Clutchy over the top, winning with the Operator, and Sicko on Clutchy, round 2. Let's see who takes the cake this time. This time, Clutchy, 10 HP, less than last time. And he's hoping to find anything, going straight damn through. 1 bullet will do it, and Sicko locking down a 12th. Big clutch from him, winning the 1-on-2, and taking a Mind Freak, rather, all the way to 12 rounds.
Yeah, going to put him on map point here on their opponent's map pick. I think, for the most part, it's looked pretty convincing for Mind Freak. I think this is the kind of game I wanted to see from them up against a team like Double M. Has been... It's felt like they've been in control for the most part. Couple of, you know, heart stoppers in there. This could be one of them. 3-man setup, both duelists and the breach over here on this A side. And it looks like Mind Freak wants to pick up the pace. This could go horribly wrong.
Potential last round. Ronsky's gone through the smoke. Pre-scope domes Andy. And that might just be all she wrote. Rolling Thunder looking to come through as Rackham's going to be stuck half HP on the back of sight now. He's got the Spectre to play around. Got the Empress popped. He's just waiting for this push to come the whole way in. Blades Over towards elbow, about to find him. No, he's gone. Ronski's gone straight in, all the way through screens. He's looking to just pinch it to heaven. They're worried about this position before they worry about the player on site. Rackham falls. Norson on the rope. Able to find one, but it's traded through. And it looks like this is a Mind Freak map. 12-7. Jungle Wow on a 1-on-4 to save the game for Meow Meow. And I don't see it happening. Oh, great way to start it, though. Knives coming in. Open from the screen side, CT side, and Ronski gets it done. Big entry to the round going in through the smoke and closes out the map as well. 13-7 on map number 1. That, of course, was Double M, Meow Meow's map pick. So, Mind Freak are looking like it could be a early home time today.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. You know, that was a very, very good performance out of those lads on their opponent's map pick. They seem very, very well organized. Interesting agent lineup. So keen to see what they have in their own map pick. And then by the time we get to the end of the series, that'll be it for groups, and we'll have a really good idea of what the seeding is heading into the playoffs. So keen for this last map, and then we'll see how the rest of the comp plays out.
Well, we'll see if it is going to be the last map or not. But to get there, we've got to get through another ad break. So, ladies and gents, don't go too far. Map number 2 is coming up just after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Valorant Oceanic Tour for 2022. We are maybe going into the final map of the day, depending on how both these teams play, but it is Mindfreak's map pick. It is going to be a little bit of breeze. We're going to be jumping on over towards the beach. We're going to be catching some sick waves. And Pilsky, you were telling me you're an avid bodyboarder. So how's that going for you?
I said bodybuilder.
Oh,
like, as you can see, like,
shit, sorry.
this is just
I always get
peak
these things
male
mixed up.
performance.
Yeah,
so, you know, like, not really much to do with breeze, but just thought I'd show it off on stream.
Well, I'm already here. I think the players are going to be joining me soon, so hopefully they'll jump on into it. Do you think we're going to be seeing any change up in the comps? I feel like this is one of those maps where I would like to see a bit of extra chamber. I really loved what I've seen from a lot of these teams, but is there space in the lineups? I'm seeing a Yoru locked in from Andy.
Yeah, that's when this map was new. That was actually a thing a little bit. Like, there were a couple of people experimenting with the Yoru on this map. And then people realized, like, there are just better agents in the game. But he's going to lock it in anyway. So that'll certainly be something. It does exist, that agent. So I can't say that about it. Meow Meow, they played this map once before. They played Chamber, Jet, Phoenix, Sky, Viper, which is also a bit weird of a lineup. I guess it's Yoru instead of the Phoenix this time around. As for Mindfreak, their last memory of them playing Breeze was the game against Grimace, where they got 13 forward. I'll double check their lineup once we get into the game, but definitely would want to see them have a bit better of a time on this map, especially because it's their pick this time around.
Yeah, they've had the extra week as well to sort of work out the kinks, so hopefully it will go a little better. But for the moment, I'm seeing a lot of comfort picks in terms of agents coming out from the other side of things. Clutchy, he's on that jet. We're seeing triple duelist. Norson on the Sky is looking to have a bit of impact with those guiding lights. Just be the information gatherer, of course, that Meow Meow needs to really have on a map that is as big as this, as Breeze. So we'll see if that happens. And looks like we are going to see Meow Meow starting on the defense.
Yeah, so Mindfreak again, they are back on this triple initiator comp, which didn't do them too many favors last week, but definitely a good chance to iron out some of the issues.
Yeah.
And we'll see what they've come up with this time around. This is the kind of comp where, like, very well-rounded, very flexible comp. You can definitely move around the map with ease. You've got a lot of good utility. Dart early on, dodged nicely by Clutchy as Ronsky, off the back of the dog, does take elbow control, but there's the push from Norson. Straight down middle, finds opening pick.
So big set play coming through off the back of the Viper wall, used through elbow or through mid. And it's left B-side open, but at least there's the numbers advantage for Meow Meow to play around. So MF need to try to get into some solid post plants. Looks like we are going to see that aggression from Ronsky over towards Broken Wall. He might even just send it in through the wall off the back of the pick. Now Ronsky trying to keep it chaotic, finds one, but not expecting Andy at Archers behind him. We are going to have a huge flank as well, Tensai. He's done this so often. I don't know how teams don't expect it at this point, but at least the other two are still here and kicking, still here and fighting. What's alive? Buying time, and Tensai strikes from behind. As the knife comes in, it's not going to pop because Tensai's gone down, and it's all down to what man is looking to play around the corner here. He's still got Soju with him over towards B main. And Andy, he's been given absolutely no chance. He had to keep going forward. He was waiting for the dessert to be brought to him. However, it's still the appetizer, Mitch.
Yeah, but it was still tasty, you know, and I'm keen for more. It's exactly what you want out of a pistol round and an appetizer.
Yeah.
Just waiting for the next course at this point, which will be a force buy out of Meow Meow. Haven't seen as many force buys. Last year, particularly that Peace Chiefs lineup, of which a lot of the players from that lineup, I think 4 out of 5.
Track them down.
4 out of 5? My brain's hurting. Is it 4 out of 5? I think it's 4 out of 5. I represented in this game. They loved a bit of a force buy, Mac. They love a bit of a Marshall Sheriff buy up.
They really do. Clutchy's looking to go toe-to-toe with Ronsky here, who's just tanking that smoke. How's the timing? It's looking pretty good, but Clutchy not going to be able to get away with the tailwind. Too much coming towards him, and the flood from Mindfreak is looking too strong. Tensai, he wants to keep on going forward. We do see Meow Meow looking to fight together. However, just with these upgraded pistols, it's not looking too great for them. Again, the Spectre has copped that nerf recently, and as you can see at that range, it's really hard to hit those bullets sometimes. So a bit of chip damage, but still, Meow able to keep 2 alive to fight and maybe find some exits. However, when I say exits, I'm seeing Jungle Bear going forward. He's happy to cop that knife on the head, but it's also given the information across, and Andy is just holding the Marshall. Big slow flank coming through. He's going to get more damage done, but Tensai will finally finish what he started, pushing forward with the Spectre, closing the distance and finding a second on the board for Mindfreak.
Yeah, and as opposed to CS, where there's some question marks about how much you're kicking into a force fire like that, obviously this game you can just see the money. So Mindfreak know that that was a full investment out of Meow. They were really all in on that one. They can, as such, take a bit more of a passive approach to investing in this round. You know, they're not going crazy with their investments. Couple of pistols. So it goes on the Vandal, interestingly enough. So taking it a little more seriously. And as for Meow, investing mostly in pistols, but Andy's on the hero rifle. And he's already found a lot of space over towards B, but Mindfreak in the meanwhile, straight onto this A site.
Yeah, just looking to go for the slow shore flank. Mid's been cleared out, so surely we're going to see a bit of pace picked up by the B-site players. There it is, but straight towards Sicko they go. And Rackham, they seem to be aware of his position. So, I say that. And he's turned right around. So Rackham knew he was there, and it's a nice trade and a Vandal found. But what else can they find in the round? Trailblazer going to clear out close. Stun comes through, but Ronski's here with the pistol, looking to stop it from happening. Great flash through, but it's too much for the push. And there you have it, Soju. And to stop this push from Shop as well. Clutchy finds one with a headshot. And just like that, Mindfreak, they're looking pretty good for the round. Clutchy just trying to get as much damage done on the flank financially. And Bulldog close range, unable to track that one. Tensai swinging in through the smoke, catches Clutchy with his pants down. And what escapes with his life too. So it's 3 in a row and a solid start on the attacking side for Mindfreak.
Yeah, great start. They are pretty good in terms of the money. Ronski's even going to take it a step further, I was thinking, and go down to the only knives. He's most of the time just been on that hard entry. Full investment here for Meow outside of Andy, who's going to do the ultimate Yoru gimmick of hop in the ult and try to kill someone with a shorty and pick their gun up. So we'll see how he goes with that one. In the meanwhile, there's this main control straight off the bat out of Meow. Mindfreak has, again, for like the 3rd or 4th time this half, found just an open bomb site.
Okay, well, in this one comes big flank coming through from 3 of the Meow players. Andy just wants to try to close the distance so he can actually get something done with that shorty. And ultimately, the site's been lost. There's not a lot going on. The TP actually comes the whole way back the broken wall for Andy. So really just playing with him. That one may have been heard. We'll see how the comms and the ears are on MF. But for the moment, Ronski just going to be dancing around. 2 HP remains for him. Flash is going to be the crux of him, and that could be the upgrade. But Rackham, he wants the round. They're just looking for it, going straight on in. Flash is going to be traded both ways. Wolfing through. Trailblazer does it, gets the info. Recon Bolt as well. And look, with the operator, with the Vandal in hand, I'm sure that Meow are going to be happy just to survive. Over towards B main here. We'll see if MF are going to stop that one from happening. What? He plays a little bit too close to the explosion radius there. And it's all down to Sicko. He'll survive. There it is. 4 in a row. But Meow come out with more weapons from that round.
Yeah, they're just doing some really weird stuff with their economy. They're onto a double op now. Yoru and Jet, they saved 1 op. Andy was trying to shorty someone last round and saved like 2.5, so he's now got an operator. Yeah, look, this is borderline just terrible economy management, but I guess, you know, they put a buy together, so that's something. Get the investment from Mindfreak as well, who's still got pretty stable money. They've pretty convincingly been picking up rounds. Most of the time relying on these site hits. This time, a bit more of a defaulty approach. You get some of that initiator util up through elbow. You get the poison orb on towards snipers that sets up Ronski to try to get a pick. But he hasn't found anything in the meanwhile.
There's just this huge amount of mid control coming through from Mindfreak. And Ronski, I don't know how many first bloods he's already found in, 8 days of games here. in the Valorant Oceanic Tour, but he has to be up there. He definitely has to be. Man's absolutely cracked on cracking open the round.
Yeah.
And he's looking for more as well. Solo missioning his way back to elbow, waiting for a flank to come through, looking to single-handedly stop it. And off the back of that, with the 3 weapons remaining, I thought Meow Meow may have been looking for the save, but they were just looking for Tensai. Rackham in particular, he'll walk into that crosshair, survives Trailblazer. Not going to spot Soju here. He's just using some great trigger discipline, but is he holding it for too long? Norson, last alive, his position known, and his footsteps heard as well. So Soju, even though he didn't have any impact in terms of kills just then, he heard everything that was going on, and now should know that this round is secured. It's going to be 5 in a row and a perfect map so far, rather, from MF.
Yeah. And as you can see from this double M comp, the triple duelist, it's pretty hard to hold the sites when you don't have the sentinels.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, bad economic management and questionable comp is not really finding them a whole lot of success. Again, it looks like they're just going to force buy for like, well, this will be the 6th round. Has there been one round where they haven't bought? There might have been one.
That's a great question. And I think the answer is no. Pretty sure they bought every round.
Okay.
Including the pistol.
Yeah, this is just a great game, isn't it? Just top tier Oceanic Valorant.
Enemy suppressed.
Well, Yoru gets suppressed early, so they know that he's playing close. Proceed with caution. We'll see if this shotgun's going to do it. Is the judge the answer? Blinded. They know that he's close. They certainly know that someone else is not too far off either. Andy out of the equation. And a missed AWP shot coming out from Meow Meow. Norson's looking to go forward. It is just a mess here on A. But MF, they're fended off all the defenders. And it's down to Jungle Wow. But not for bloody long. Slide on that shot through. Ronsky not missing much today. And it's 6-0. Perfect anti-eco coming through. Or anti-force. I don't know. What's the economy? Let's just continue this conversation, huh?
Yeah, that was, again, a force buy.
Yep.
Mostly.
Into
like,
what?
Some of the guys were saving a little bit. Like 1k, maybe.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at another, what appears to be a force buy. So
it's not a force buy this time. Like, this is a bit more of a serviceable buy. You got the jet knives. Andy's the only one whose money's a bit cooked.
Yeah.
But yeah,
depends
like,
on the
Mindfreak's
utility.
just got perfect cash right now. And Flash is going back either way, back and forth. Mindfreak again, just working the map. Utilizing this initiator style. First duel gets won by Watt. And in a 5-on-4 with some pretty good map control. Meow Meow are quad rotating to A. They're going to pop Seekers. I guess the plan is to follow the Seekers and try and find some kills.
Okay.
Okay, now they're triple rotating the snipers. Clutchy's bottom mid.
They're just playing a meta which we've never seen before. Yoru TP thrown over towards B. And they're looking just to try to find a way back into the round after losing full A control early. Sticko drops a recon bolt. Ronsky takes out his opposing jet in Clutchy. And things are just going bad to worse for all Meow Meow fans in chat. I saw a lot of them earlier, so I'm sure they are disappointed with the beginning parts of Breeze here. But of course, there's always the second half.
Yeah, I just can't put my finger on what's going wrong, to be honest. I'm just stumped. But not surprised about the fans, you know. It's like we're throwing it back to like 2005 internet, where internet cats are hilarious. You love to see that.
I think there's still some good cat videos out there. And
Dude,
perfectly timed TP to
2005
dodge
was
that, by the
17
way.
years ago, Mac.
Yeah?
Just think about that.
Please don't remind me. I was in like year 8 or 9 or something. It's just...
Is that when you had a six-pack?
Probably. Don't worry, we're almost back there. We're almost back there. Just got to eat at a caloric deficit for a few more months and we'll be there eventually. Either way, look, this game, Going all right. Going all right.
Yeah, Mind Freak, they are struggling to lose rounds. They have max money. They're playing decent Breeze attacking side. Meow Meow, they're also playing Valorant. They have the game open.
Playing it, the strategies that we're seeing incorporated are definitely experimental. And
they're in the lab.
That's it. It's a good time to really get these things out. They've had a bit of a rough run so far, looking at the groups, looking at the leaderboard. So I think they're looking to continue that trend.
Spike planted.
It's all right. They're saving the strats for playoffs. That was a pretty nice shot out of 10 side. Love to see that.
An
And
MF.
he's been on the lurk KO, just getting work done.
One enemy remaining.
He's been on the lurk. He was on the lurk Killjoy last map. He's having a good time, doing his own thing. And Ronsky, he is just shooting Meow Meow down like ducks, sending the message to his old teammates. And 8-0, a dream start to Breeze coming through from Mind Freak.
Yeah, we're past the start. I mean, 8 rounds in CS, we're thinking, oh man, this is a great first half of the half. We're almost done now, you know? I always forget about it.
Yeah. Well, at this rate, at the end of the first half, we'll also be 95% done with the game, if this keeps up.
Right, getting the off onto the halls line, drone in. Again, it's this 3-man setup from Meow Meow. 10 size spotted out the flank.
Okay, let's see how it goes. MF able to find one through the smoke. There's the opener, and just fighting for his life there. Clutch, he stands out in the open. Soju makes his way to site and gets this one down. Hunter's Fury unable to find too much off the investment. The Seeker's going to be popped because why not at this point? Just find the final 2. Secure a 9th round. Norson just going to be playing here from sight. Guiding light around the corner. Getting as much info as humanly possible. Trailblazer as well. Why not at this point? Sicko. Oh, he's going to fall. Now a chance. Ronsky's still alive. So I definitely hesitate saying that one. Spike not tapped just yet. Whole lot of noise going to be made in close range. Ronsky takes the shot. It's the swing, and Jungle Wow unable to find him so far. Right click with the classic, and there it is. Defuse comes through, and Meow Meow are on the board here on Breeze.
Everyone goes wild. It's a massive round. They're able to pick themselves up a couple of guns as well, Mac. Andy's got his ult and an operator. That could work. That could be the play that they need to turn this half around.
Yeah.
Mind Freak, they might have a lot of money, but they're also... No, I don't have anything to say about them. They're just playing really good.
Yeah, they're playing generally really good and hitting shots and winning rounds and doing all the things you need to do to win this game.
We've left the A side open. He needs to hold that. That's overrated.
Oh, well, Rackham's here to save the day. He wanted to go for the solo halls push, but it did not work as expected. Trailblazer through, beat up. And Tensai, he's starting to edge out, clearing all those lines dry.
Oh.
Shot from Andy. Yoru coming through with that operator. And he's looking to connect a few more if possible. We've seen this big rotation from the rest of the troops looking to stack A now after seeing this early presence coming through. But it's going to be a 1-for-1. Nice shot from Jungle Wow to equalize there.
Yeah, wall goes back up. Mind Freak. Trying to get boots on the ground in the site. They are going to get that spike down, saving the gas, popping the wall down momentarily. Was a mistake. What gets himself picked? Now 2-on-4 for Mind Freak.
Sicko. He's had enough. He didn't like that they lost around in the previous Ronsky as well. Hand in hand, they go forward. I'm not going to win this 2v4. Andy will lose that one. Angles definitely favoring Mind Freak in a lot of those engagements. And there you have it. Ronsky fires up. Wanted the 13-0 rather. But unfortunately not. So now they're Angry Gaming.
Angry with an ERY. That was like the easiest 2-on-4 I think I've ever watched, to be honest.
Very coordinated 2 on the.
Oh, what's got a better lineup than I have? Can I please watch that? My lineup requires view model. Not gonna get. Oh, here we go. All right. Jump throw. Okay. That one's in the books.
In the books. Beautiful. Pilski learning on the job. Now, suppression coming through. KO ult, of course. Very damn strong. And it's going to stop Clutchy from dashing away. And he was very committed close range there as the Jet as well. Andy, he's already where the attackers buy guns. And he's just being a bit of a nuisance here. Wins the engagement with Sika and will TP all the way back to CT. So, just repositioning. Tensite looking to get that res off on him, but he's just getting info for the moment, making sure that we do see that come down. That bomb plant secured. And then Norson, Trailblazers in, really just drawing a whole lot of attention away from where Andy should be. Ronski with the wrap now, and they seem to be aware of Andy's position, who's just going to commit to the TP out to safety. Locked into the corner.
Before he repeats one last time.
Of course. There it is. Andy loses the operator. And the economy for Meow Meow is in the bin again for the final round of the half, which we are going to see a force buy come out from. So a couple of sheriffs in the mix, Judge there, Guardian in the hands of Clutchy. And Rackham, what's he got? He's gone for the Guardian as well. So we'll see what's able to be used here. Norson's got the Seekers ready, so maybe they can play around that.
Oh, you could see the same strat again, where they like just run around it as a like 5-man, and then they follow the jellyfish. That could be a thing.
Well, it could happen. For the moment, looks like Andy's just looking to get aggressive towards a main, playing close range. Soju running back the paces over through the halls.
Oh,
Clutchy.
that is juicy. That's the whole lot gone.
Well, in comes Norson's Trailblazer right back, and he doesn't spot what, but he hears him. And they're just waiting for this push to come through. Andy jumps in, door goes up, and Soju able to make these trades happen. Oh my lord, Guiding Light not enough to secure the kill there for Norson. Soju comes through, and it's up to Rackham to save the day, but he's not going to be able to get away with his life. It is 11-1 at the half, and Mind Freak with a 10-round lead. Going into the defensive side of Breeze, I feel like we might be packing things up and getting out of here early, Mitch.
Yeah, I don't care. You know, honestly, Mac, that's fine with me. 7 p.m. Time to get some dinner in me, I reckon.
Oh yeah.
What are you thinking?
Oh, what are we thinking? I don't know. What would Mind Freak eat for dinner if they won? Because
I don't know. MJ would probably buy them something though.
Oh, it'd have to be KBBQ. Well, I guess that's what's on the menu. Well, I guess MJ's from Melbourne, so maybe some ramen, right?
Oh, yeah. Don't mind ramen. Bit of ramen. Well, let's see what Meow Meow has for us in the pistol here. Sending the dog out of A. You got the standard Viper ball across A main. Clutchy's found a pick in halls. Jungle's found a pick in mid. So things are looking up. Things are looking good, man. 5 on 3.
So, something crazy is going on. Clutchy's gone down the trapdoor. Somehow there's just going to be people going everywhere. Soju's made his way through halls. I don't know how people got into these positions and went past one another. A wolf seemed to not have eyes and not check its angles. And now Watt's in a 1v4, and there's a lot of numbers running at him. So potential for a collateral, couldn't commit to it, but got one. So at least works up an ultimate. But Meow Meow on the board, doubling their round score, Mitch.
That's huge. That's a big stat, Mac. I didn't know you could do color commentary.
Yeah, I've been working on it over Christmas when there was heaps of esports on, actually, yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah.
It's really paid off. All right. Well, Meow Meow now into the anti-eco. Almost like I've been so burnt by that first half. I was like, a Mind Freak gonna force? No, don't be silly. It's all good. That's a nice orb. Ball across right side. Orb goes back left. Is that a one-way? Oh, okay. It's interesting. There you go. I'm learning, Mac.
Definitely learning. And it is the aggressive A main push coming through. Well read by Meow Meow to expect this happening and know that that B site was just completely bloody open for the taking. TP's here for them to play around. Oronsky really wants to find this gun before going all the way in long range. Seems to be key. Andy commits to one with the Marshall. All of these darts are just going to be a distraction at the end of the day. Clutchy, he's gone down as well. So Soju able just to play around with them, really use this classic to its full effect to get 2 weapons out of the hands of Meow Meow. But it is going to be a 3rd on the board. So this is them going in an upward trajectory, already tripling their worth from the first half.
Really keep a track of that.
It's easy to times numbers by 1 sometimes.
Sometimes it's hard though.
True.
Well, true.
Well, I'll let you know that Meow Meow have had an average of 1 rounds won per round this half.
That's huge.
Yep.
That's actually, you're telling me they win all their rounds.
Yep, so far.
They can't lose this game.
Nah, not going to happen. Unless the stats lie. And we know that stats definitely don't lie from our history of listening to them, because stats talk. Now, it's going to be Ronsky finding this lurky Clutchy over towards mid. And a solid A-site set up already from the defenders. Flashes are going both ways, but it's going to be Tensai caught with a flash in hand. So not going to be able to get a kill from there. Ronsky, however, going to reposition to his fallen brethren's spot. Now, everyone looking to make these trades happen. Meow Meow starting to thin out the numbers. Sicko going to be fighting from the back of site, but Jungle Wow is there to trade. So it was a bit of a costly round coming through from Meow Meow, but it's another round nonetheless.
Come on, Mac. Tell me about it.
Well, so now, Meow Meow, which we refer to as Double M, have a 400% stock increase. So if you are going to invest in stonks or NFTs, I would buy ones to do with Meow Meow right now.
Andy's got his ult. I'm just waiting to see it. Where are we sending it? Are we sending it? Are we saving it for the gun round? That seems sensible. That's a very deep line. Well rewarded. You get the dog in as well. This is not going too badly. We're keeping our economy stable.
Okay, sharp couple of shots coming out, and Norson starting to warm up. He's still got those Seekers to play around if needed, but I feel like Meow Meow know their riders reign with a 2-man advantage. Ronsky not going to be able to connect there. And it's just what with the shorty. And at this range, he doesn't have a whole lot going for him. So hoping that he's just going to be collapsed upon, I'd say, and look to upgrade to something else. But this rotation hasn't quite been communicated, and he is walking onto the bomb site. Nah, not anymore. Oh, I thought maybe, but Jungle Wow decided, you know what, it's probably a really dumb idea just to run away like that. And it would have been. So fortunately, he turned around, managed to pick up the final kill there, and it's going to be 5 on the board for Double M.
They've won every round so far on attack, and I don't know when it's going to stop. They're getting a lot of ults going in this round as well. 5 out of 7 is the worst on Clutchy. Rest of them one off, or they already have their ult. We're going to see some sick Yoru ult come in here. Would love to see it.
I've got your trail.
Okay, Seekers coming through, and it's going to be Andy's ult used as well. As you mentioned, just waiting for that gun round to come through. All the way to the back of site now, and what could be in a pickle. However, Sicko is here to save the day. Big dart as well, yes, coming through. Coming in clutch as anything. And there it is, Seekers sent back in the other direction now. But so are the defenders. Look at that. They went for the big rotation towards B, but straight back like that all the way now, spread across the map.
That's huge brain from Sicko. He darts his own site to reveal the Yoru.
Good to see he knew what was happening, what was coming towards him, as we do see the push out of a main. Soju going to stand in their way. Says the Trailblazer in, clears out everything that he could, and what as well may just find a man on the ropes here. Rackham out of the equation for now, and Jungle Wow looking to thread the needle, find a timing to B. With 30 seconds, he has not got places to be, it seems. Looks like he could
30
just be
seconds
opting
left.
to keep the Vandal in play into the next round.
Even after that, still gets revealed. But hold on, Mac. He doesn't know it's an empty B site, but he can, in theory, run onto the B site, plant, then pit. Then we're talking. That pit does not cover very much of the site, though, Mac. I'll tell you that for free.
Certainly not, but with 5 seconds, there's plenty of time left to keep on making this fight work in his favor. What falling jungle wow? He's looking for the clip, and he almost found it, but Soju stops the ace from happening. That could have been huge for Jungle Wow. Unfortunately, he didn't get it over the line, and now Mind Freak are on match point.
Almost a big clip. Seen a lot of big clutches from Jungle Wow last year. Very nice aim with the Vandal indeed.
Match point.
And all right, we get map point. The stats lied, Mac.
Yeah, they did lie. Yep.
They do that.
Wasn't the perfect half. Meow Meow did in fact slip up.
Get Ronsky with his knives. They are going to actually hand the operator the 10 side this time. So a bit of a change up there. Double op on attack side. Can't wait to see how this one works out.
Ooh. Nice line held, however, Clutchy's crosshair too high for the lower side peak. Andy just standing straight where his teammate felt.
It's way by
That side
two.
was not ready for it.
First one doesn't work. Second one comes through for the boys. Rackham deep in halls here.
Ooh, oh, spotted. Now telling the rest of the boys just survive for a second. Ronsky's here to save the day. And he's bringing the Blade Storm. He's bringing the Thunder. But who's feeling the heat? It looks like it's the Cats this time. Meow Meow not going to be screaming loud enough to make their way to site. Norson just destroyed, forced out by the shock dart. And Hunter Fury Blades all going to be thrown towards him. And he's just copped it happily. Getting hit in the face by that Hunter's Fury. Not a lot he could do there. Too many eyes on him. And 13-5 is going to be the final scoreline. 2-0. And Mind Freak, they get another W on the board. So they are going to be going out second in the groups, which is a huge performance coming out from this new look lineup.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. That's the kind of performance that we wanted to see out of them. Relatively convincing series against one of these mixed teams. So with them heading through into playoffs, keen to see them play, a couple of the stronger teams, and then we could get a really, really good sense of where they're sitting at, because that seemed like it was all very organized, very well cohesive. They're obviously a team that's been putting the practice in, so promising signs.
And their Breeze looked way more structured than what we saw last week as well. So good to see they're putting in the work, hitting all the shots. Everyone's really starting to feel it. And it looks like Soju's really starting to find his position in this lineup. I'm still keen to see what they do have in store for us if we, get to the playoffs. It's going to be a bit of a shake-up with these groups. Some teams are going to be playing new teams. How are those dynamics going to work? Because a whole lot of lineups are here. How are the maps all going to work as well? Are we going to see much more fracture, or is it still just going to be your old Breeze Icebox? Bloody, I feel like we haven't seen that much Ascent considering how many teams play it.
Yeah, less and less Ascent. Might have seen like 1 or 2 games of it. I think that's, we've seen a little bit of everything for the most part. Fracture was, I think, played a little bit more in like the open qualifiers and things like that. So, look, we'll see if we do get some of these teams playing.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can have a chat with one of the players very shortly. So, speaking of, we can bring him in right now. Soju is here. He's got a big smile on his face. He's happy to get the dub on the board. Soju, how are you feeling, and how are you adapting moving into Valorant?
It's good. That game was really good. Adapting to the game is taking a while still. I think I've only played for like about a month of scrims, and like there's still so much to learn. Like every little detail matters, and like obviously for me it's really good because those little things I can abuse, but still it's like in game trying to apply is very, very difficult, and like it's just all about studying as much as I can in like a short amount of time because of this tournament. I just feel super under prepped, but these guys have helped me like quite a bit. So yeah, so far it's been okay.
Yeah, it's extremely easy to learn when you've got a whole bunch of knowledge around you like that as well. Right, Mitch?
Yeah, for sure. I just wanted to ask you what you and some of the other boys thought about the game against Crimis. Obviously, they've been playing pretty good lately. Did you guys learn anything from that? Is that the result you guys expected? Yeah.
It wasn't the result we expected, but I individually learnt a lot, and I think as a team we learnt a lot. They are like very structured team, and I respect them a lot because like individually they're like very similar, and like they're pretty consistent, it seems like, and also like their teamwork is on par as well. So it is a deadly combo, you know what I mean? So as a brand new team, well, not brand new team, but like with a new IGL and a new player that's just come over from CS, it's like very hard to like play against that, you know, like when you don't have like the set protocols and everything, it makes it like super hard because their teamwork and their like aim like sort of just pulled them through. Even if our aim is good, their teamwork was there to like shut us down. So like it was definitely a really good team to play against like during the group stage because it kind of sort of woke me up and just told me like, oh, okay, this is like what I can expect against like a really structured team, you know. So yeah, it was a good game.
Cool.
Very good. Now, I guess have you been able to teach them, the rest of your teammates, anything yet? Have you been bringing in, you've got this whole experience with the CS background. You've obviously played at a high level for a long time. Are you bringing in some like new protocols that maybe they haven't utilized in the team, or are you going to sort of wait for until you learn more about the game to sort of incorporate that sort of stuff?
At the beginning, I just try to be the like best sponge I could, you know, just like humble myself and just get in there and just like see what I can like absorb. I think now and like a week before, that's when I started like applying what I knew, because I feel like I could bring that impact if I just brought that in. But before, I think like 3 weeks before, I would just just put my head down and listen to what they had to say. But now I think like it is pretty important that I bring that in. So like on CT side, I would like bring in like what I know, like during prac, like I would think about like what I can bring. So like stuff like that, I'm trying to apply a bit more going forward.
Yeah, well, it's looking good so far. You've only been playing for what, like a month or so now competitively. So it's an astronomical rise, and congratulations. I guess we'll see you next week if you get a dub. Now, always good to talk with Jay, with Soju, and see what he's doing. So really good to get a chat with him and have a bit of an insight as well. Now, we do have the groups all sorted finally because we're at the end of the group stage. So let's bring those up and see where Group A's standing. So, of course, we did see Order and Bonkers play earlier to try to split the top two teams, and that one happened in a very close fashion as well. Order managed to win 2-0, but it was very close maps, overtime in map number 2. Bonkers, though, looking like an extremely strong roster, so they're going to be sitting there in second. Clarity in third, and Fun Crew in fourth. Anything you want to say on this one, Mitch, before we jump on over to Group B?
Look, I'll just say order expected from them. Bonkers, like you said, very promising team. Definitely keeping my eye on them to continue to improve. They almost even took the dub today. Clarity is a team that they might not be as far along in terms of the experience as some of the other teams, but they've been grinding and they've been showing a lot of promise. And Fun Crew, look, it's only the group stage, but I'll say maybe a disappointment. A team that's very, very full of quality players, but really not able to do too much in this group. Lucky for them, it's not one of these group stages where you don't do well, you don't advance. So hoping that they learnt a lot in terms of this this group stage, and maybe they found it a little bit disappointing as well. And in towards playoffs, we can see a better run of form from them.
Yeah, I know there is some very quality talent on that Fun Crew lineup, so I'm hoping that we can see them perform as we jump over towards the playoffs. But speaking of jumping over, let's jump over to Group B quickly and see where everything sits after today's game. So I believe it's roughly on the same page as what we saw before. Crimis Disciples 3-0 because they played yesterday. Plus 19 up top there. Mind Freak have a better round differential, but of course they did cop that L to Crimis Disciples last week, so they're going to be sitting there in second with a 2-1 scoreline. Iconic in third, and Meow Meow could not find a W here in the group stage, so they're going to be going out 0-3 and coming in that fourth slot, moving over towards the playoffs. So Mitch, tell me anything here that surprises you. Maybe Mind Freak a little bit lower and Crimis Disciples just showing what they're capable of?
Yeah, I think like it did honestly surprise me, but it shouldn't have. I think that's just my bias of being more familiar with the teams that are a bit more established and the
Yeah.
players that are a bit more established in VOT. When the reality of the situation is, these guys have been working hard and they're being rewarded for it. So I hope that they can continue that in towards the playoffs, and I think they should do fairly well for themselves.
Yeah, I think I'm looking at Crimus Disciples to really like draw a lot of attention, draw a lot of eyes as we move over towards the playoffs. And I'm keen to see this astronomical rise of Mind Freak, to see what they're going to be able to do if we do get to see them go up against Order, because of course they're in second. So I'm not too sure how the standings, the seedings are all going to change moving into the playoffs.
We have the first matches. If you want to take a little bit of a look at the general channel there.
Ooh,
So
okay.
you can tell all the boys on the stream what the matches coming up are.
Very cool. So the first match is coming up next week, which will be on Thursday. So I guess it's kind of this week now. 6:30 on Thursday, Order versus Meow Meow, and at 8:30 we've got Clarity going up against Mind Freak. So that's going to be the first couple of matches for the playoffs, and they're going to be spicy indeed. I feel like that Order Meow Meow match probably going to be a bit one-sided. Clarity and Mind Freak could be a little bit closer, depending on how Mind Freak play. We know what they're capable of after seeing them today. Any thoughts on those two matches?
Yeah, I think I'd probably agree with you. But look, I think Clarity had some upset potential there. As for Meow Meow, look, what I saw today doesn't fill me with a whole lot of confidence, but there's like, a small, like little thing in the back of my head that maybe to them it's just a groups game and they don't care too much about their seeding. At the end of the day, you go 0-3 in groups. You're going to play Order first. That's the hardest team in the comp from the other group. They got to bring the form to be able to be competitive in that game, or they're going to be going out in the playoffs pretty early.
Very cool. Well, that's it for the day for the Valorant Oceania Tour. It's it for the group stage as well. So day 6 out of the way, and we've got the playoffs to get to. So I won't keep you around too much longer. Thank you all for watching. We love you dearly, and we'll see you on Thursday for much more Valorant action.